I think it's the long one. I think.
This one?
The long one. The other one. Come on in, y'all. Come on in.
Peace and blessings, y'all.
Y'all come on in, y'all. Come on in.
Peace, peace, y'all.
Y'all out real fast. You ain't put me see it all in here. These bots.
Yeah. See how I get up there? See how I get up there, and then it's gonna go 10, 20. Peace, peace, y'all.
They're gonna have TikTok be playing with our views, man. They be playing with our views. Some people come up here and say, y'all talk about the same thing. The truth don't change. Truth don't change. What you want to lie? You want to start lying so the topic can change? That's what they want. They want us to start telling lies so we can change the topic. The truth don't change, y'all. That's what we're here to tell you. The truth remains the same. No matter how many people like it. That's why the truth have no friends. You don't have to dress the truth up. It's just the truth. So if you caught up with, coming on here, oh, y'all say the same thing every day. Well, this is the truth. This is going to be here today, tomorrow, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. This is the truth. This was going to be the foundation. This always is the foundation. And that's why we drowning, because we have nothing to stand up on. And that's why nobody is standing up, because you ain't got nothing to stand up on. And you damn sure ain't Jesus, so you can't walk on water. So you drowning in this watered down information. That's why God built the boat. So this boat is here what? To pick you up. The boatman is here. Or you just gonna pay your toll. A lot of people not gonna pay their toll when the boatman come. As in the days of Noah, so will it be what? In the days of the Son of Man. These are just principle sayings, vision sayings that when he come, which is the spirit of truth, the world can either accept him because it neither sees him or it knows him. That's why you had to be humble. That's why you had to be a child. Because most likely you're going to reject the spirit of truth. That's why I say the road is narrow and how many find it?
Yeah.
How many people find the road, y'all? Don't sit here and act like this is a road that the whole world is finna find. See, that's what religion have done. They have made you think everybody's secure. And we're not saying you're going to hell, but we're not going to lie to you and say you finna find a road because you believe in Jesus and got the Bible in your hand. That don't mean you found the narrow road. Few find it. So we know, even when it comes to the truth, the manifestation of the truth, who was going to hold on to the truth, it was going to be the few. And these few was going to do something for the many. It can't get no more simpler than that. You know, if you make it any more simple than that, you damn near gotta spell it out, write it down, and tattoo it on your body. If you want it more simple than that, but it can't get no simpler than that, y'all. So if you ever caught up here, you know we saying the same thing. The truth never changes. Just remember that. So we would never change. The truth never changes. And right now, y'all, what need to be done? I know since the president election is over with, then what we need to do is start a government. And just that simple. This stuff, you know, since that's out the way, some people mad, some people glad. But what we need to do, because forget your feelings, whether you mad or whether you happy, we need to start a government. Yeah, we need to start a government. Trump ain't for us. Like, it's crazy how I can see how many black people is really, and for us, the statistics, they say black people didn't vote for Trump, right? That's what the statistics say.
Yeah, that's what they say.
I think a lot of us didn't even vote anyway.
Because we know.
Like, what president has ever did anything for us? Come on now, y'all be serious. Obama wasn't off what he did for us. What did Obama really do for us? Come on now, y'all. So what? When you talk about a president, man, like, we are literally psyched up for a president. I'm talking about ride or die. People, they got black people ready to ride or die for Trump.
I said we too weak to start our own, homie.
We too weak. Well, that's why I say, man, the real ones are crouched down like a lion that have to be aroused. So even in scriptures, like, the real ones who are not weak, they are not fighting the system because nothing have aroused them to fight the system. No real man is going to do this. It's going to stand behind a book. Like, this is why when you deal with our leaders, nobody stood behind a book. If you talk about any real leader, now, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, I take my hat off to them, to their ambition, you know, to the stuff they stood in. I take my hat off, but they was lost men. Malcolm X came out of jail. A man got him while he was in jail and taught him lies. Malcolm X was coming from under the lie. So, you know, you can't really, but when I say none of our leaders stood behind the book, none of our great leaders stood behind the book. None of them. If they was created by the CIA. And that's why I tell y'all, after Marcus Garvey, y'all, we ain't really got too many. If they did, they got rid of them. Because their message was finna start a movement. I gotta say it again. Their message starts a movement. See, we not moving because we don't have a message. We joining gangs, cliques. That's what we doing. Religion is a big game. It's a clique. So that's what the message is, so you can join a clique. It's not so we can have a movement. This is the message to start the movement. The movement of Jah people. Y'all know what Bob said? The movement of Jah people. So it's not about us joining something. It's about us moving. Moving what? Right out of Babylon. I guess. So this is what this is, y'all. The movement of thy people. Greetings.
Hello.
Peace, peace.
How are you? Greetings, peace. I wanted to ask a question because they were telling me the Israelites,
Literally.
They were saying to me because my roots from Ephraim comes from the Israelites because I'm Puerto Rican. Is that so?
Well, no. Just because you're Puerto Rican, that don't make you an Israelite. The Hebrew Israelites have a false doctrine.
Not Hebrews. It's just Israelite.
Yeah, Israelites. Yeah, Israelites. Yeah, that's a fault. They go by a chart that a man created named Baba Givens.
Baba Bivens.
Baba Givens. He created a chart. Now, this chart is not a real chart. It's a fault. He actually confessed that the chart was false. And that's the message that the Israelites is using. That they using that same chart that he created, which is not a real chart. So when they talk about all these different nations and, you know, Judah is African Americans, Levi is the Haitians, Simeon is, I think, the Jamaican. So, yeah, all that's false.
Right, because the Jamaicans are close to our island. We close together, and Santo Domingo, too.
Mm-hmm.
So where's our roots from? Do you know?
Well, nah, I don't know. No.
Mm.
You know, at the end of the day, we all children of God, and we all being called back to one God.
That's true.
Yeah. So,
Can we be like, so we pretty much be like Gentiles?
well, Gentiles simply mean the non-believers.
Oh.
Yeah. That's why genitals, those who are born after the flesh, they are not born after the spirit.
I see. Because the Israelites told me that from the 12 tribes that I was Israelites I was torn from the cloth of Ephraim. So I gotta investigate that.
Oh yeah, that's definitely like I said, they follow a chart that was man-made. It was created in, like I said, 1980 or something like that, 1970.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that a lot of the Israelites has created a false like a cult of their own?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah. That's why when you talk about these people, this is where the Bible come from. Nobody know these people. You know, and that's why I say the devil deceived the whole world. So the whole world has been deceived with information. That's what the devil represents deception. So when you got the devil angels, they represent the angels of Satan.
Right.
Because they have a message that's keeping people in darkness and not the light that we need to be coming in.
So in Isaiah, they didn't have a lot of black Israelites?
Well, no, I'm not saying the Israelites are not black. I'm not saying that. It's just not according to the chart that has been created.
Right.
Everybody behind you is black.
Right, because my ancestors are black from Africa. They came down to Puerto Rico. And then the white people, according to what I know, had molested a lot of the women.
Okay, well, yeah, that's why I say, that's why I say it could come back from East Africa. It could be West Africa. It could be North Africa. Like I said, it's hard for me to say because, like I said, I'm also a prisoner of war. All my.
Me too.
Yeah, so all my ancestry information, has been destroyed, hidden from me. But I do relate to the East Africans. Like I said, when it comes to our identity, a lot of our the reason why we was lied to, the reason why we didn't tell what part of Africa we came from, there's a lot of things that lead back up to Ethiopia. So when you talk about our features, the features that we have when it comes to African people, it comes from Ethiopia. Or you can say like East Africa. I don't want to just say Ethiopia, but at the same time, East Africa. Yeah.
Right. And so was the like the things that you guys had was stolen from you from the YahJew? Like I don't know, like the stuff you guys had, like I don't know.
Well, the biblical scrolls, the manuscripts, they were stolen by this emperor, Tedros II.
Oh, wow.
He was the emperor at the time. So this is what we have a petition for, a case for, against the Roman Catholic Church when they invaded Ethiopia.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that something?
And nobody talks about it.
And nobody wants to talk about that.
And it's all historical facts.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Something that belongs to you guys.
Correct.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So interesting.
It will be, but you know the world will soon find out. That's what the Bible is about. The saints judging the world, and you know when the people who have done these things receive judgment, the world gonna know about it, and the whole world gonna be brought up out of darkness.
Absolutely, because what's hidden in the dark will come out in the light.
Yes, it will.
That's right. That's right. That's wrong. But our history, we're a mixture. So we're definitely we're like Cubans too. Cubans are mixed, you know. So they're saying that Cubans are Israelites as well. And I don't know how true all that is.
Well, yeah, you know that they was just trying to. When he made the chart, he was trying to identify the scattered black people of the Bible.
Right.
That's what he was trying to identify it. And that's why it's just not accurate. You know, of course, black people have been scattered everywhere. We've been, right, you know, we've been sent to many different places. So we're not denying that part. But right, the accuracy of the chart is really what we are going against. Like the accuracy of the chart is not, you know, is not.
Right. Right. Because it says in the Bible that the Israelites were scattered.
Correct.
So that can mean in any parts of the places that they were scattered at.
Correct.
And they migrated and lived. And then they made families and multiplied.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So that's why they're saying that there's 12 tribes.
Well, not really. The 12 tribes represent the government. Like 12, just like 12 constellations, you got 12 zodiac signs. The 12 represent the government. That's why, you know, Elijah grabbed 12 stones. Joshua chose 12 men. So when you talk about what govern all numbers is 1 and 2. That's the first two numbers you see. That's what govern all numbers. That's the first two numbers that exist. So that's what 12 represents, government. That's why I know in our culture we call police 12.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So when we talk about the police, we say 12 coming. That means the police coming, the government, the officials. So that's the same thing that 12 represents in the Bible, the officials for God. You know, so it don't really represent what most people as we would take it. You know, and like I said, so that's how people have watered down the information that's in the Bible.
Yeah.
You know, by basically putting their own thoughts on it, and you know and that's what the devil has did. He handed us a book and said, if you read it, you're gonna know God. That's not true.
Wow, it's so interesting. I got a lot of studying to do. All right, thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. I'll come by and I will listen again. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate you coming up. Peace.
Yep. Take care. Peace.
That's really deep.
She said she what? Puerto Rican.
Yeah, Puerto Rican. What is that? I know that guy now.
One Heavenly Father. Oh, let's see. But
what's up?
What's going on? Peace.
Revealing that God is alone is what's going on. How do you make that a realization for people who are in darkness, that are in delusion, to acknowledge only God? That's what Christ do.
Well, the thing about why God is going to receive acknowledgement, because Christ comes in the name of the Father. Everybody else come in the name of what they worship. They don't come in the name of the Father. Because to come in the name of the Father, you're going to have the glory. You're going to have the sharpest thing known to man. So right now, since Christ is on the earth and Christ comes in that name, then everybody will have to come back to that God, because that's who anointed Christ. That's the whole thing about giving Christ worship. Because you're not worshiping Christ, you're worshiping the entity or the spirit that sent Christ. So this is how everybody's going to be brought back to the one and only God. And also worship the one and only God. This is why Christ is the mighty man of war that's defeating the devil. And once the devil is defeated, everybody will know who defeated the devil, which will be the one God.
So since God is alone, how is that? Since if you go all the way back in the past forever, and you go all the way to the future forever, and God is alone, how do you prove that to a delusional existence?
I just told you about war. You ever seen people who are illusional? They are entertained by drama. You know, there's illusional people. People are in darkness. When drama comes, everybody like this. But if somebody's speaking truth, everybody like. So drama, God gonna bring drama, and that's what everybody pays attention to. So you ever seen the movie Gladiator? Now are you entertained? After what? God have destroyed all the musicians. Same thing with Moses. When Moses came into Egypt, he didn't tell them, God sent me, come follow me. Moses defeated the musicians. Then the people of Egypt knew who he was, and they followed him out of Egypt. Same process.
All right, I got 2 more questions, and I'm gonna let you continue. What's the what's your understanding of Adam, the first man that unalived?
Well, you know, Adam represents the priesthood. That's why they the keepers of the garden. So because the priesthood was after the flesh, they couldn't bring life to the world. So they caused unaliving to be in the world, which is the power of life and death is in the tongue. But remember, Adam is a priesthood. So because the first Adam was after the flesh, he couldn't bring life. So the Bible talk about the second Adam, which is going to be after the spirit, to bring life to the world. This will be Christ.
So they don't know who their daddy is what you're saying?
Adam was never about a daddy. Well, yeah, they don't know who the true father is. Yeah, they worship false gods.
He never had life.
Correct.
And he's a false identity that never existed because God is alone.
Well, Adam is the flesh that God instructed, and God instructs the priesthood. God don't instruct every man and woman. God instructs the priesthood. And the priesthood instructs the people. Or you could say God instructs the government, and the government instructs the people. Same thing if you had a mother and father, and your mother and father got a whole bunch of kids. Your mother and father ain't gonna instruct all the kids when they leave. They might give instructions, but they gonna give instructions to a particular child, which is probably the one who's the oldest and the one who has the most responsibility. They gonna give him specific instructions to watch over the rest of the brethren. That's the same way God do. So God has a particular priesthood that God deals with as the Levitical priest.
All right, concerning Adam, I can't dig your understanding on that. Now my last question is concerning Jesus being the firstborn of the dead. What does that mean to you? He's the firstborn of the dead.
Well, that means we are all in a dead state of mind right now. All of us. So Christ will be that first one that God chooses. That's why I say the begotten Son. The begotten Son is the one the Spirit came upon first. And once the Spirit comes upon him, he goes out and pour that Spirit on everybody else, which is why everybody else won't be begotten. Christ is begotten by God. Everybody else receives the Spirit from Christ. That's the order of God. So that's what it means when Christ is the firstborn from the dead.
Now God is alone, and this is what D-E-A-D Jesus revealed to D-E-A-D people.
Yeah, God is one. You can say, yeah, I say, yeah, God is one, or whatever. God is alone, or whatever. That's why God is a manifestation that man and woman has to manifest. You see what I'm saying? So that one spirit, that one truth. What'd you say?
Since God is alone, how can male and female ideology exist with God?
No, because God is like the wind. Like the wind don't have a gender. You can't put male and female on the wind. The wind is just the wind. It's also invisible, but at the same time, it's also a force. So right now, we all see every day an invisible force move physical things. Whether the physical thing is an object, whether the physical thing is male or female, whatever it is, an animal or whatever, this invisible entity can move physical things. That's what God is. an invisible entity that moves physical things, which is what? Man and woman.
Now, wouldn't that invisible thing be the word of God?
No. The invisible is the thought. No, the visible is the thought. When you come with God, you're dealing with thought. But you're dealing with the highest thought. That everybody just don't have a highest thought. If it did, we wouldn't be in deception. We wouldn't, nobody in the world would be deceived. So we can't say everybody have a higher thought. So that's a gift to have a higher thought. And see,
Okay, so these words that are given in the mind of God, where do they come from?
thought. All words come from thought. That's why I say you got the word of the devil, you got the word of God.
No. But what I'm saying is, wouldn't thoughts come from words?
No. That's why words are spells that alter your thoughts. You see what I'm saying? I would have said words can alter thoughts, but words just don't give thoughts. Like thoughts are before words. Thought, it was created words. Words don't create thoughts. But at the same time, words can alter your thoughts.
I don't know how familiar you is with the verse in John that says in the beginning was the word. You know what I mean? Like without words, how can you know what a thought is trying to, like the Bible says, precepts upon precepts to create context, because private interpretation is forbidden. With those words, wouldn't that manifest the thought?
Well, like I said, words can alter your thought, but God gives the thought. Like when it comes to the spoken word, that's why I say I do agree that words alter thoughts. You see what I'm saying? But it don't really create thoughts. That's like right now, Christ can be speaking the true word to you, but you still won't start thinking like God because it's not in you. Although the words are being spoken to alter your mind, you can't see it. You still can't see it, although it's being spoken to you. You hear these words, but you still don't understand them. You read them, but the picture that you are painting is still not the picture the word is giving you. So the word just alters the thought. But that's what I'm saying. So words just don't give you thought. Thoughts was here way before alphabets and words. Way before.
But if I ask you like thoughts about what, you would have to have words to describe what the thoughts are. I'm gonna just leave it there because I'm gonna go look that up. Thought versus word, or word versus thought, which came first, and what would make more sense to reveal what God is. I would think words will reveal what God is more than what thoughts would, because I can imagine that God got a cape on, sitting on a throne with some angels around him singing and stuff. My thoughts could produce that, but that may not be even true compared to what the word has already said. So I'm gonna go look that up and I'm gonna come back.
Oh,
Well, do you think before you speak?
No, you have to listen to something to speak. Something else is talking before you.
No, you listen.
yeah, you think you think before you speak. Like you have to think. But what you gotta understand is the word made what? Flesh. So this is why the word is made flesh, to interact with mankind. That's why I say I get what you're saying, but it just not the process don't go that way. The process of thought comes before everything, and that's really all I'm saying. But at the same time, God is revealed through the word made flesh, which again, is the manifestation, because you can't put words next to something that's invisible. Like I call it the wind, but without me actually seeing the invisible force move something physical, then that wind will be all kind of imaginations in my mind. And that's why the wind has to be manifest, and the wind is manifest because the physical things move. That's why you understand the wind. If nothing physical didn't move, you wouldn't really understand the wind. It just would be a force. But since the physical things move, that the invisible force is moving, then you understand that invisible force. That's the same way it is with God. So it's going to take the physical to understand the invisible.
I'm going to come back on there and try to see if I can find something that compares spiritual with spiritual and physical with physical, or just see if physical and spiritual can align. Because it got to align. If it don't align, it's like it won't create the context, and you'll be like all over. But I'm going to look that up. Thank you for that. I'm going to look that up. Thought versus word versus thought. Which would be first?
Okay. All right, brother, man. And that's what we gotta understand, y'all. Like God is a manifestation. You can't That's why God don't have a name. You can't put no name on something that's invisible. Who named it? When did they name it? You see what I'm saying? Like, because name supposed to be an adjective. You see what I'm saying? Like, your name don't really identify you because you had identity before the name.
And the physical is us. We are the physical, and God puts that spirit onto the physical. Not everyone. God has an order, you know. I think he didn't understand the connection between spiritual and physical.
All right, that's why I think, like I said, I think he was just getting the order mixed up. Like, he was trying to say words create thoughts. When words alter thoughts, that's why they are spelling words. You know, but thought is what created words. Without no thought, it wouldn't be words. Like, alphabets didn't always exist, y'all. Like, this is something that come from the mind. Like, this ain't something that this, when God created everything, man and woman came out. Right now we still gotta learn the alphabets. You see what I'm saying? So, but we got a thought way before. Like, you think a baby ain't thinking when they come out the womb? A baby don't know how to talk. You know what's going on?
Hello.
Peace.
What's going on, brother? Peace.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Can I ask you about a scripture?
Yeah.
What do you feel about God saying, "I suffer not a woman to teach, or to exert authority over the man"?
Correct. That's why our women teach women and our men teach men. That's something in nature. Because a woman can't teach a man how to be a man, just like a man can't teach a woman how to be a woman. So it's just vice versa. Like, right now, I think a lot of people get it mixed up when somebody see up here. You know, you see my woman talking and you like, oh, she teaching you. No, she's not.
No, not you.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Bible only.
I know that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the Bible. Yeah.
I'm talking about the Bible and church and scriptures. I'm not talking about overrunning a woman or her following you. I'm talking about what
brother,
the Bible
man.
says.
And I heard you clear as day, and I said it's vice versa. So I agree with it.
That you suffered not a woman to teach or to exert authority over the man?
Correct.
Oh, okay, thanks for that.
So what else you got for me?
Do you know how many apostles there were? Or how many, you know they say it's 12 apostles, right?
Hey, the Bible says, don't dwell on the past. I'm doing a new thing. You ever read that verse?
Nah, the new thing is talking about spiritual.
Hold on. It don't matter. But hold up.
I have.
Hold up. That's what I'm saying. So what does it mean, don't dwell on the past? What does that mean?
It also says all scripture is made for us to figure out.
Okay, but like brother.
The dwell on the past that you're talking about, I can break down that specific reference. It's talking about when Christ came, they were talking about the laws and paying attention to the fleshly things.
Brother,
so, don't do that. Today is a
brother,
holy day.
What is a new song?
That's not what we're talking about.
What is a new song?
So the scriptures are new?
What is a new song?
There's nothing new under the sun. Thank you, Father.
What is a new song to you?
God said there's nothing new under the sun.
So but the Bible, but like you said, it's in the Bible. It says new song. What does that mean to you?
A new song is a new testimony, a new way of speaking about God, a new approach. It's not really a musical song.
Correct. Okay, correct. You said a new approach, right?
Yeah, we both
okay. So God say, "Behold, I make everything new."
That's not what he was talking about in that specific verse. I can tell you what he was.
But hold up. So a new song is a new saying, right? Because that's what you say. You say it's a new saying and a new approach, right?
Well, God said there's nothing.
Hold up, brother.
That which was before has happened before.
Brother man, Listen. You just said the new song represents a new saying and a new approach about God, right? This came out your mouth.
Can I answer?
That's a yes or no. Did you say it or did you not?
That specific verse is talking about a new testimony from God, yes.
I ain't finna play with y'all, bro. Y'all grown man. Ain't no Gucci man. Man, y'all want to play too much.
Hello, brother. How are you doing?
What's up? I'm good.
I see the pictures you posted at the top, and I don't know how much you know about them. Have you already studied everything about those people?
Have I studied what?
About the people in the
The
background.
pictures you have on the back.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you know about them.
Well, I'm here to bring awareness to the people. Like this is the house of David. These people represent the house of David that nobody is talking about. This is why the brothers like this represent the Solomonic dynasty, which is the seed of David that receives the wisdom from God to reign King of Kings. But I want people to understand that the kings of David did evil in God's eyes. This is why I say David had blood on his hands. He could not build the Father house. And see, then you got the story of Christ and somebody coming in the latter days to build this house. But when the Romans took the scrolls from Ethiopia from this king, they colonized the information and changed time. So Christ was supposed to come in the last days, but the colonizers told us he came 2,000 years ago. And now nobody know who these people are. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just bringing awareness about who these people are, where they from, and how they are connected to the Bible. Because when you deal with the Kebra Negus, this is what this man represented, the Negus. And so how could you disconnect these people from the Bible? It's almost clear robbery.
Okay, the Kebra Negus is way older than him. I mean, he's he's about maybe done in the 18th century, 1817, 1817th century person. Kebra Negus is way older than that. You need to go all the way to, I don't know if you ever heard of Agavos. You need to go all the way there.
No. See, this is what the colonized did. They colonized the whole world. They created the dates. The dates that we follow, the people who stole the writings created the dates that we follow. So, I just want to say something. Hold up. The original Kebra Negus was translated from the book that he had in his hand. So he had this scroll in his hand when he died, and they translated from what he had in his hand, and what he had in his hand is in Vatican. You see what I'm saying? So these are stuff the Ethiopians don't even know about. Because when I ask the Ethiopians about it, they know nothing about it. Why? Because the British, okay, but here's why. Because this is rich history. This is not no small history that we're talking about. This man got a statue in all gold in Ethiopia right now. So what happened in his time, all Ethiopians should know about it. If you're not colonized, but if you colonize, you're not going to be taught these things because these things shape history.
You know where his head is?
His what?
You know where his head is? His head?
You mean his locks?
His head? I don't. It's probably in the Vatican.
They gave a piece back to Ethiopia.
Look, I seen it. It's in cartoon. This is what happened. By the way, I don't know how much you know the history.
No, because I didn't hear what you said.
I am with you.
No, I'm saying I didn't hear what you said. Because you said something about his head and where you say it's located.
His head is in cartoon right now. But what they did is that when they cut his head off, they didn't want the blood to touch the ground. What they did is that because they said that, I mean, I don't know the myth or reality, but the history, I'm telling you the truth, history. But about the blood touching the ground, I don't know whether it's real or it's fictitious. But they didn't want, when they cut his head off, they didn't want the blood to touch the ground. They
covered it, they put it in a jar, took it in cartoons, the museum until to this day, the blood did not touch the ground. They say that if the blood had touched the ground, the whole earth would have dried. I don't know if that's what they were believing.
Okay, so
The one thing
where's the head located though? I'm trying to. You hear what he said?
Like the head of Tedros?
In
No, I'm
Khartoum?
talking about the head of Fasil. King Fasil.
King who?
Fasil.
Him?
Sorry, King Johannes.
Johannes?
Oh, Johannes.
Yeah.
I don't know if we got Johannes up here.
Actually, the reason Tedros got killed because of Johannes. Because I don't know, Johannes made the right decision or the wrong decision. What Tedros did is that Tedros captures the British people.
Oh yeah.
British, after he captured them, he wanted them to make arms. Johannes made a deal with the British and brought 6,000 British soldiers on the ocean, and the British military already had another 20,000 people ready on the ocean heading out to Ethiopia.
Well, yeah, brother, yeah. We definitely know about the story. We know. Yeah, we matter of fact, we have a petition about all the artifacts that they have stolen from Ethiopia. We got if you go to my website right here, we have a petition up. The petition been up for about 3 years now, maybe 4. You see what I'm saying? So we know all about the story. We actually have a movement about this history.
Personally, I don't want it to come back. I don't want it to go back to Ethiopia yet. Not yet. Because a lot of artifacts being stolen. I don't know if you ever heard of the Book of Nikas. That was found about less than 25 years ago. Nobody even knew it existed. The Europeans just found out about the Book of Nikos less than 25 years ago. But we had it more than 2,000 years sitting there.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everything comes from Ethiopia. When it comes to the biblical writings, it comes from Ethiopia. So, but the time frame they lying about, like nobody was writing into. Haile Selassie brought handwriting to Ethiopia. The only people that was dealing with reading and writing was priests. Like most of Ethiopia didn't know how to read and write. So
actually, if you go back, this is what happened. Let me tell you the history.
No, bro, you could. It wasn't no writing 2,000 years ago.
No, let me explain that to you. In Ethiopia before, there was everybody used to write, everybody used to read.
No.
But what happened is that, listen to me, trust me, I know the history like a back of my hand. But the Romans and the Ottoman Empire and the Romans, after the Romans, and what they did is that they collaborated with the Egyptian, and they assigned this king named Dariako. He actually made it because he wanted to actually control the people. He eliminated writing from the people, gave it only to the priests. His name is King Dariako.
And when was this?
Everything started dying. This was actually, I think about in 200 AD, 300 AD.
Brother man, you know who created 200 AD? Do you know who created that time?
The Romans did.
Okay then, so you can't follow those dates. The Romans don't know everything. The Romans, listen. The Romans had no influence in Ethiopia until the 1800s. Let me say this again. The Romans had no influence in Ethiopia until... Why do you think Tedros had British prisoners? Because the Rome was over there ruling Ethiopia? Hell no. Rome didn't come into Africa until the 18th century and started taking over. So if you think the Romans was coming in and giving authority to Africans 2,000 years ago, that's colonized information. This is what make them seem so powerful. Hear me out.
We have our own calendar. We have our own calendar.
I know, but that's a colonized calendar. That's a colonized calendar.
But you have your own calendar, but still believe in a 2,000-year-old Christ, where everybody in the whole world believes that at the same time. So you got to realize that they changed times and laws. This is written in biblical history.
Okay. If you look at the Egyptian calendar, actually, it does not believe it's not the same thing like European calendar.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the calendar. It doesn't matter.
I'm trying to explain. No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm with you. I support what you're doing, but sometimes we need to learn from each other. But so that you guys can have, because before yesterday, one guy came in trying to tell you how bad Tedros was, how bad Menelik was, and the guy didn't even have any idea of Ethiopian history.
And right now, what I'm trying to do is that, and sometimes it's good to know the more. I mean, I know about King Lion of Judah. I know about the heritage. I mean, my whole family lives through that history of the past. I can count my ancestors for the past 2,500 years. I know a lot more than I can say, but sometimes it's good to know the depth of what happened, so that you can actually relay that information to people who need to know. Because I really appreciate what you guys are doing. You guys taking your time to relay this information. People out from where we are from abandon this thing. They're trying to hide this information, and I like what you guys do. But that's the reason I'm trying to get you some information so that you can actually grasp it.
But that's
and do more research on it. And I mean, I really appreciate what you guys are doing. You guys are doing more than what our people are doing. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. But sometimes I'm trying to give you some more information, which is not disclosed. I wish you could go back and visit the Ethiopian Museum in Addis, the one they are doing. I wish you could go back and visit Aksum. You could actually learn a lot more. But there are a lot of history being hidden.
Brother, that's what I'm saying. But the history, okay, right now, you have Ethiopian officials that's working for the British to hide this information. Like right now, right now, okay, I want to ask you this because you're trying to teach us something. So let me ask you this so I can make sure I'm being taught by the right person. Do you know anything about the Ethiopian slave trade?
Of course I do.
Okay.
I do.
So do you agree some Africans that's in America come from Ethiopia?
Actually, if you go back and look at it, there were a picture of Ethiopians coming to Ethiopia to here. You see a lot of them. I think there was even a book. If you send me in your email, I will send you a book. It shows even a picture when they arrived here in Ellis Island with their clothes on. I will send you the pictures. I will send you when they arrived here in Ellis Island. I'll send you.
Well, if you go to this website, you can send us everything you need to send us, and like I said, we'll really be wanting to look over it because what we are doing, we have a movement to restore the throne of David that the Bible talks about. The throne of David has always been in Ethiopia. So even when you deal with Bible prophecy, you're dealing with restoring Ethiopia. Also, is where the African Union is located in Ethiopia. And see, this is what our message is really surrounded around. Now, when we talk to a lot of Ethiopians, you know, what I see now dealing with you, you do know a little more. You know, you have done a little way more research than the people we usually talking to. But at the same time, when we talk about the throne of David that's in Ethiopia, and we talk to Ethiopians and letting them know this is what our mission is, the foundation is based off doing, is restoring that throne, then we can help people around the world. But until that throne is established, we have no jurisdiction or we have no resources to give this help. You know, so that's what that's what our message is centered on. But if you have that information, I see you kind of went out. Send it to that website and we'll gladly look over it.
I do.
Okay.
I always say that, but let me tell you something. You know, with Mussolini trying to invade Ethiopia, you know what the objective was?
Who you said?
He wanted to destroy Mussolini, the Italian Mussolini.
Okay, yeah, the Italian.
Yeah, he wanted to destroy the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. He wanted to destroy the Amharic language, and he wanted to abolish the name Ethiopia. That is his main purpose was.
So what you're saying is the Italians is the reason why Ethiopia is called Ethiopia?
Yeah, that's what he wants to do. That was his main purpose of invading Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And the reason is right now you see all these people, all the PS in Ethiopia, and all Ethiopians coming to try to tell you that this history is not right, this history is not right. Everybody's they are following what Mussolini did, and they're trying to create that division so that they can get their own prosperity. They wanted to kill the name Ethiopia. That's what their thing is. For instance, the guy who came on your show a few weeks ago and trying to tell you how bad Menelik was, that guy, they said, I'm from West Ethiopia, Oromo. But if you look at the head of the military, he was Oromo. But there are people trying to benefit from all this division, but all of them are being supported by Westerners. And sometimes it's extremely important to understand where the source are. People who come in to talk to you, Where's the source? I'll send you this books. I will send you some of this information. I mean, as a matter of fact, one of my great grandfather wrote a book how the Queen of Sheba God became anointed, although from Queen of Sheba all the way to Haile Selassie. I will get you on the line. And the first king, the name was Agabus. Agabus is the first one who was appointed as a king. Because I mean, there is history on that. From Agabus, the son of Agabus, it goes all the way down. I can show you the whole 3,000 lines. I will send you that, and you can see everything after that, all the way to the division of the Zagawi and all when they.
Okay. Well, that's what I say, man. You know the thing about
just
go ahead.
I mean, it shows you the line, and we haven't. I mean, nobody would tell you that right now. That the Saseo killed 20,000 Egyptian soldiers overnight. You know, when we had war between Egypt and Sudan, nobody right now. I just found out about it less than 2 weeks ago. We actually were in war with Egypt and Roman. I mean, what do you call it? The Ottoman Empire. I never knew that until 3 days ago. I just discovered that book 3 days ago. There is so much history we don't know.
Oh yeah, I definitely.
We know. It's just unbelievable. I mean, the book of Nichols being discovered less than 25 years ago. A European discovering it 25 years ago. It's just unbelievable. How come nobody found it all these years?
Well, that's what I'm saying, because the people who are working with the British Empire is hiding this information. So, like I said, I definitely agree with you. That's why when we put these kings up here, the Bible tells you the kings of David did evil. And that goes back. So when people say Menelik did bad, I know these things. He sold a lot of land he wasn't supposed to. He made a lot of bad deals. You know, like he was building, like Menelik. He was putting railroads in America. He was funding the railroads being built in America. Menelik. Ethiopia is one of the first countries in Africa that America was in cahoots with. Was with Ethiopia.
That's you're right.
You see what I'm saying? And like you said, these things are not talked about enough. And the reason why these things are coming out now, because they are connected to biblical prophecy. And that's what I really want my people to see. You see what I'm saying? Because the history information is important. But that's why we do highlight some things. Huh?
I also want you to do one more research. Have you ever heard of the Marine Corps song?
The what?
The Marine Corps, U.S. Marine Corps song, the song?
No, I never heard of Marine Corps, no.
From shore of Tripoli. You know where the Tripoli is?
Can't really hear.
You say I can't understand what you're saying. Say it one more time. The what?
Start from the shore of Tripoli. You know where the Tripoli is?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar with none of that.
Okay. Tripoli is in, what do you call it? In Libya. And the reason that even the Americans found out that their people were being captive in Libya, that's actually one of the main reasons the Marine Corps were established. Because of the Ethiopian king actually sent a message here, send the messengers to the U.S. That's how the Americans found out their people were being captured in Libya. Their ship was captured in Libya. That is why the first Marine Corps invasion was in Libya in late 1700s, early 1800s.
Okay.
And the relationship between the U.S. and Libya, the U.S. and Ethiopia was forever. But the one thing I want you to remember is that it is not the Europeans trying to kill the history. People trying to get rich by creating the division. We are our enemy. This is not the black people we are our enemy. Black are enemy to another black people. It is not the Europeans, because we open the door to them. When we open the door to them to win, they take us over. But if we were united, if we think the same way, if we think in one way, we would actually destroy. Actually, I want you to read a book called The Black Athena. Have you read the book called The Black Athena?
No, that's why I say, you know, when it comes about all the history, I'm pretty sure, man, there's way more scholars that have more information than me. I'm here.
A book called Black Athena. Also find a book called The White Conscious.
What's what? Hey. Now, like I say, send me the information. I'm gonna look over it. But
I'll
me reading books, me personally, my reading books days are over. Now, I would definitely skim over some information, but right now I know what we have to do. I don't know all the history. I don't know all the facts. I know I would never be able to do that. That's why we need a government, and we'll put people in position to bring these things out, the things that need to be brought out. See, this is what a government does. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to start a government for our people that will unify all the tribes and put down the animosity. Because, and see, this is why I say, that's why in the Bible say the beasts of the field will honor me, because I give them drink in the desert. So a government will provide drink for people who ain't getting no drink. And that's what's going to settle the disputes between us and help us unify when we set up this government that we are creating. And the throne of David plays a big part in us setting up this government. Again, that's in Ethiopia. So that's why Ethiopia plays a big role in what we're doing. And that's why it's very important for brothers like yourself, who from Ethiopia, actually from there, you can trace your stuff back. It's very important that you communicate with us and connect with us, not just communicate. Because TikTok is just something where we supposed to meet and greet at. Outside of TikTok is where we supposed to have these conversations at and have these discussions to bring, better enlightenment to the movement that we have. So we did give you a follow. I don't know what happened. Maybe you got a phone call. We did give you a follow, man. We hope you reach out to the website where we can talk outside of TikTok and really see how we can come together. Because I'm pretty sure you got some information we can use. You're from Ethiopia. And like I said, it could be very beneficial. You might have some connections we can use. Because like I said, we have a movement. We just not up here talking to y'all. No, we have a movement. That's why you see dedication. So again, we just not up here sharing information then so you can lay down and go to sleep. We sharing this information you can stand up and do the things that need to be done to what? Create this government. And the first thing, we must change our people's minds. Just as my mind have been changed, just like everybody else's mind who have been changed, who have came into this truth, we must also change other people's minds. And then that's how we stick together like glue. Two people can't walk together unless they what? Agree. Of course we know. Yeah, we know Dr. Umar, man. But we're not Dr. Umar. We're not building schools. Our government gonna build the schools. We ain't gonna collect money to build a school. We gonna build the government. The government gonna build the schools. We ain't gonna need people. The government gonna do that. We just gonna hire the builders. We gonna hire the workers. Like you just don't create a school without a government. A school does no good. Now I understand creating a school to teach people, but that's too slow. Shit, this slow. So imagine building the school to one school. How many kids they got? See what I'm saying? So we need a government, y'all. And like I say, it don't take 1 million people to start a government. This ain't no Million Man March. We're not gathering a bunch of million people to come march with us. That's a form of a show. You marching? You marching now. That's like I was saying about the Hebrew camps. They talked about Martin Luther King, but doing what Martin Luther King did. Ain't that crazy? God is nowhere in the prophecy where God say march up and down the street to change my people. The Bible says if you have caused my people to hear my words, you have turned them from their wicked ways. I don't think y'all know how powerful this scripture is. If you have caused my people to hear my word, you would have turned them from their wicked ways. I don't think y'all know what was just said. I know y'all don't. So I'm gonna say it again. If you would have caused my people to hear my words, then you would have turned them from their wicked ways. So everybody talking, but what? It's not the word of God. So they got to put on costumes. They got to put on robes. They got to dress up. They got to have microphones. They got to scream. They got to act. They got to put on a show to make they what? Information look solid. That's why I say, y'all, our information is a movement. This is a movement for our people. A movement. And it's a shame how so many people come up here and go against what? A movement. And the brother man said it best. Our own people is our enemy. Because if we came together right now, couldn't no European nation invade us if we came together. If we literally came together right now, no European nation invade us. Man, come on, let's be serious.
The whole army gonna be.
Let's be serious. Who won most of the wars? Because the Africans fought. It's documented. How did America win most of their wars? They got the Africans. It's documented. Go look it up. How did Haile Selassie win his war? Because they let the African Americans come fly the planes. Let's talk about it. Let's understand these things. So, like I say, y'all, if we was to come together, y'all, that's why it's a Cain and Abel. It's a Esau and Jacob. It ain't a white man holding me back. Now the white man put the trap, but the trap wouldn't affect us if we came together. What's going on? Peace. First step.
How's it going? So, who's this YahJew Judah guy?
You heard about him?
A little bit, I don't know much.
Okay. Nah, he just a young man that God have anointed to gather the people and raise up the government of God.
So he's trying to overthrow the government?
Well, yeah, he is. The saints will judge the world. The saints will take the kingdom. So he's the one that gathered the saints to judge the world and take the kingdom, as is written in the writings.
It's written in which rights?
It's written in the book of Daniel. It's also written in the New Testament. You ain't never read where the saints gonna judge the world and take the kingdom?
From the King James?
Yeah.
No.
You never read that in the book of Daniel?
I've never read that yet.
Okay, so if you go to Daniel 7, let's go to the book of Daniel, chapter 7. I think that's like verse 20. You can read 26 and 27 in the book of Daniel, chapter 7. And 27. Okay. No, I didn't know it was in the real before that.
We can't hear you, brother.
You're on mute if you read it. You want me to read it or you gonna read it?
I thought you were going to read it.
Okay, it says, I'm in 26, Daniel chapter 7. It says, but the government shall sit, but the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion, to consume and to destroy it until the end. And the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is a everlasting kingdom, and all dominion shall serve and obey him. So you're seeing how a kingdom being given to the saints after the judgment takes place. So this is the time of God judgment day, which will take place with the saints.
Has this already happened yet?
No, this was the prophecy that was going to take place in the last days.
So how do you know he's right about what he teaches?
Well, God also choose those who witness, the Son. Like that's like Peter. When Christ asked the disciples, "Who am I?" Some say he was Jeremiah. Some called him John the Baptist. So the disciples didn't know who he was because God haven't put it in them to know yet. But Peter received from God who he was. And that's why he say flesh and blood didn't reveal these things to you. Only my Father in heaven. Now, so God had to choose you to see the Son. Now, everybody, just hear me out. In the end, everybody will know who the Son is because the Son will do things nobody else can't do, like judge the world, like overthrow the government. Everybody can't do that. You have to have you're gonna have to be a special person to overthrow the government.
No, that's not true. John Vladimir Lenin was just some random person from the street, and he overthrew the Russian government. He was just a random Joe.
Well, brother, man, that's the Russian government.
Yeah, I can
So
give you a list of other names.
no, you never had nobody rise up to overthrow the Roman Empire, which run
Yeah, you did. You had the Carthaginians. What?
the.
The Carthaginians.
When was
You know
this?
Carthage?
When was this?
I forget the year, but it was the time with Hannibal. When Hannibal invaded Italy.
Look, bro. The Romans got in power after World War II. Nobody has
The Romans aren't
The
even
British-
in 20th century. They're all the way back.
bro. The British Empire took power of the world after World War II. That's when they gained world power. So ever since 1948, even before that, nobody has overthrew the British Empire. Nobody on the face of this earth have done these things.
Yeah, the Irish.
All
But
right,
we're
brother,
going-
man.
Why are you going to be such a dick, man? Why can't you listen?
I knew you was one of them. That's why I got rid of your ass. So, like I say, y'all, people just, deny facts and, run from the truth. And, these things haven't been done. But like I said, so it's not a time for us to teach. It's a time for judgment to take place. This is God's judgment. That's why I judge people. When you see me going to the Hebrew camps, I judge them. When you see me challenging somebody, I judge them. I tell them they right or wrong. And if God sent you, God ain't give you that ability. God didn't give you the ability to let people know when they right or wrong, but God gave you to teach us something. No. You hiding your hand. I don't hide my hand. I put my cards on the table when I walk in the door. Yes, I am the judge. Soul Kings. I talked to him before. I don't really remember the conversation. But we ain't dealing with no bull crap no more, y'all. Y'all getting straight up out of here. We ain't wasting no time. You gotta go.
So, when you say you judge people, like what type of judgment you doing?
The Father judgment. The Father has given all judgment over to the Son. You read that verse?
Yeah, I know he gonna judge me. I'm like, what type of judging you do though?
The judgment of God. Those who
Like what
speak
type?
on behalf of those who speak on behalf of God will be judged.
I mean, we gonna get judged a lot of things, but like what type of judgment though?
Those who speak on behalf of God will receive judgment.
I know. I mean, I know that we speak on behalf of God. It's a lot of blasphemy, but it's more than just being a blasphemy though.
Perpetual shame. The whole world, you will be shamed to the whole world. You will wear perpetual shame. You will no longer have your audience. You will no longer be able to speak. You will no longer be lifted up because you speak on behalf of God. All these things that people get praised for just because they speak of God. People give them things. They got mega churches. They got millions of dollars, all because they tell lies on behalf of God. You will no longer be able to do that. That will be a judgment.
Okay, but so behalf of the church doing all these things, what about the people who what about the people like the average people, like not the preacher, but what about the average people?
Yeah, they're just gonna leave the church. They no longer going to that's why they people will be they like all this stuff that people are doing in vain. That's why I say they gain in the world. They gain in the world, but they losing their soul. So they purpose, they will no longer be able to do that purpose no more.
By the preachers?
Yeah.
So
The people would just receive the enlightenment. The preacher will receive the shame. That's why the Bible talk about a perpetual shame that's going to be brought to a lot of people. And those are those who speak and teach on behalf of God.
And if Christ is on earth, there's no reason for teachers if Christ is on earth.
So if Christ is on earth, you said no reason for teaching. If Christ is on earth, why is so much chaotic? Because he supposed to bring peace like Jesus did when he was on earth.
No. He says, I didn't come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword. I told you this is judgment day. It says they're going to make war. They're going to make war with the Lamb.
What you mean? Stay more fast about that.
Because you got to think about it. The Lamb is coming bringing judgment to the teachers. Since the Lamb is judging the teachers not going to like that. So they're going to fight with the Lamb, as it tell you in Revelations. They're going to make war with him, but the Lamb going to overcome them because what? He's King of Kings and he's Lord of Lords. So right now, what I am doing, I'm overcoming those who war with me. And when I overcome them, everybody going to recognize the power of God, because this is what's going to give the people entertainment. Although the Son is here, the people is not entertained. The people are entertained with the lie. So the truth got to become a warrior to entertain the people so they can see what the truth is and the power of the truth, aka the power of God. So that's why I say it's wartime, it's judgment day. Christ didn't come to bring peace. Christ brings a sword. It's written in the scriptures.
Christ brings a sword. So
Yeah, this sword brings peace.
So how can you deal with the pastor but not with the people? Because the people doing the same thing with the pastor doing. They ain't no better.
Okay, that's why I say if they do that, if they start teaching, then they gonna get the shame too. But those who humble themselves and they just listen to the pastor and be like, damn, pastor lied to me. He telling the truth. Nothing ain't gonna happen to them. But those who be like, the pastor telling the truth, I'm gonna do what the pastor doing. Then they gonna receive the judgment also.
But you gotta understand, if you read the Bible tell you a whole different story though.
No, it don't. The Bible don't tell you nothing. You read it and you imagine a whole different story. The Bible don't tell you nothing.
We said that because when Christ was walking on earth, he did a whole lot. You remember say when he did a whole lot, he said, what Jesus did on earth, the word can't contain the book that Jesus did.
Okay,
so I'm trying to figure out
look,
how
all
can
the
you
things I done done, I can't put it in this live.
But I'm trying to see what you did though.
I can't put it in live. It's too much. I can only tell you a little bit.
A little bit of what?
I just told you. Judging. Christ is the truth, the way, and the light, right? Christ ain't nobody touch on your shoulders, and your world is flowers and butterflies. Christ is the way. Christ is the way, the truth, and the light. So what I've been doing? Bringing the way, giving the truth, and bringing the light.
How you getting the truth and the light?
That's my job.
Walking with you, bro. We the last time I checked, people argue with you for no reason. I'm trying to figure out because you try to debunk the Jesus in the Bible though, and try to say that Jesus. You try to say Jesus don't exist in 2,000 years. We know we didn't walk with Jesus. Nobody never seen David, the old prophet, or nothing like that. So how can you say that their background in the house of David?
Brother, you gotta throw away your cup to fill it with the truth.
No, I'm just saying, you said your background. The background was the house of David. I heard when you said that.
Because you got to understand that the 2,000-year-old Christ was made up by the Roman Catholic Church. They gave you false dates. So when you read the scriptures, you're thinking about the past. But the scriptures is a prophecy of the last days, which is happening now. The people that's behind us is connected to the Bible, because these are the people that was of the house of David. These are where the scriptures. These are where the scriptures originally.
If you read the Bible, nobody never seen what David looked like. Nobody don't even know what Moses looked like. So how can you say?
Okay, that's why. That's why.
You feel like the white man try to put a false image.
David is not even an African name.
David mean allegory. David is allegory for beloved ones, those who God beloved. That's why you see these people in kingly apparel. You see them. He sat on the throne of David. He sat on the throne of David. What hell is Allah said?
How y'all know he did that?
Because stop. Hold on, brother man. Hold up. We're not talking about something 2,000 years ago. We talking about stuff. We can go look up their graves. Some like his house right here. These kings, they houses still stand still to this day. He died in like 1919. I think he died in like 1911, if I'm not mistaken. Most of these people on here died in the 1900s. These are not like a lot of people look at these pictures and be like, oh man, they're about 1600s. No, this is 18 and 1900s.
No, I'm looking at the slave people. That's what I'm looking at.
Slave.
Yeah, like they singing some hymn songs. Like this, not the house.
Hold on. So you telling me these people look like slaves?
Yeah, they're not slaves like my ancestors.
Brother man, your ancestors.
I'm not trying to be funny. That's why I said nobody don't know who he is.
I know. That's why I say I'm glad you said that, because I'm always intrigued how people think. That's why you'll never see me. I don't get mad at what people say. I want to know why the hell you think that way. Your words can never affect me. who I am.
No. The reason why I said because I read the Bible.
Brother man, just. But I'm glad you said that because you gave me an idea of how people look at stuff. So
Like what?
do this look like a hold up? Do this woman up here look like a slave?
Hell yeah.
With that crown on, she look like a slave?
Man, she's like a whole slave, man, nigga.
Damn.
No, I'm just being real. Like, I would not lie to myself and say this to half a day.
Hold on, I'm saying slaves didn't wear this. What
Bruh,
slave you knew had a crown
like
on?
them niggas are slaves. I don't care how you put it. Nobody don't know what you can't sit and tell me that the old prophet. Nobody never seen the old prophet, so I'm not gonna deviate the Bible like that.
So you know what I'm gonna do? So this conversation, I know we can't have, bro, but I just need you to look up the Solomonic dynasty and understand our people was not.
Peace be on, bro, because this ain't gonna work, bro, because y'all crazy as hell.
Yeah, I know that. You crazy as hell. You crazy as man. That's like trying to talk to somebody who just ain't got no life in them. He say this a slave, y'all. He say these, and I'm glad the thing about it say it look like my ancestors. That is your ancestors. That is your ancestors. They not slaves, but that's what I'm saying. The pictures and what they have sizzled on our minds. No matter if we look at somebody in history, they gotta be a slave. And this is what I be telling you. I see you up, brother man. Give me about 30 seconds. And see, this is what I be trying to tell people. Images is scissored on our mind. We can't even look in history and see nobody of royalty because of the false images we have been given. And that is a prime example. We giving him real life images from the 1900s, and all he can see is slavery. It worked. It worked. It worked. That's why I'm glad I never seen the movie Roots. I'm probably one of the only black people who still haven't seen the movie. And what I know now, I never watch it.
Peace, brother man. Ifa.
Yo, the fact that you don't know history doesn't mean that history doesn't exist. So these are Ethiopian, Abyssinian kings and queens. Got a lot of history in Christianity, especially, when you study history, you don't find a lot of literature on these people because most of the history is written in the local language, and it's also in the church, in the monasteries. So I wouldn't blame that the earlier brother. He don't know the history. That doesn't mean the history doesn't exist. This is a real thing. But these people, they kept it real. They kept it really original. They didn't allow to mix things, to mix especially the literature, the narrative of Christianity. They kept it as much as original they could. So when you go to the deep monasteries in Ethiopia, you find a lot of literature, scriptures, what happened in the past, it tells you everything, and how Christianity also came to Africa, because Abyssinia in the past is a big land very near to Middle East, and there was a lot of trade, travel, of course, war expansion, state expansion through war. I don't know how we are all define slavery, but there was also locally these kings and queens for their own people. Some of the people, they complain about them because the kingdom is very rich, unbeatable, but the people were poor. So that was also a big question for them. But then, they did what they could during their times. I cannot judge them standing on 2024 what they did in the past years. So during their own time, they did what they could.
Correct.
Most important is they defended their land. They said we're not gonna mix your theory of Christianity with the original Christianity. So that's what I'm really proud of. But you don't find it a lot on the media,
Oh yeah, because like I was telling the brother man, this history brings enlightenment to the biblical prophecy that's taking place. Like when you talk about any black royalty in the earth, you would have to talk about this dynasty. You can't. And then if you is going to talk about black royalty, you just can't leave this dynasty out. You just can't talk about black royalty and erase this dynasty. You can't do that. But the reason why this dynasty is erased when it comes into black royalty is because it opened up enlightenment to the biblical prophecy that's about to take place. That's what the world powers don't want us to know. Because the biblical, this is the simplest way I can say it. The Bible prophecy is Africans' reparations. The fulfillment of the biblical prophecy is African reparations. Now we running around here. Now that's why I say now we root for Trump. Because shit, who gonna do anything for us? Now we leaning for presidents to do anything for us when the presidents was never designed. I don't give a damn who put in there to do anything for us because they're working for the British. But to make a long story short, this is why we bring this kind of information out. And because we don't know about this information and we damn sure don't know about Bible prophecy, it's hard of us to connect the dots. So a lot of us have created stories that the Bible ain't even connected to, like Israel, Egypt, Jerusalem. The Bible ain't connected to none of that stuff that was created in the 1900s. Egypt, Jerusalem, Israel was all created in the 1900s to take you away from this right here. This is why you know about Israel, Jerusalem, and Egypt, to take you away from the people behind me. And the Bible tell you they did evil. So we're not here to say they was kings, we worship him. No, we know they did bad. The Bible say they did bad. But like you said it best. You can't judge them for what they did in their times. There was their time. If you was in that time, you don't know what you would have did. So we're not judging them, but at the same time, we is speaking the truth. What our people need to bring clarity to this watered down information that we are a part of. You know, but like I said, we definitely sharing this information to connect it to Bible prophecy. And that's what truly need to be done.
I'm with you on that point, yeah. I'm really with you. A lot of literature about these kings and queens is still not in English language or even accessible, especially when it connects to Christianity, you know, mostly Orthodox Christianity. Yeah, of course, I mean, Egypt was the one blessing the popes in Ethiopia in the past. They were the ones anointing or appointing them. But still, the kingdom these people ruled, it was pure Christianity. And even, they were very much welcoming, you know. They were welcoming even Muslims in the past. So the king you see there, Menelik, he did that. Several others also did the same thing. But at the same time, they were warriors, real warriors, fighting each other for state expansion, same time defending their land.
Oh yeah, and I could say Haile Selassie wasn't a warrior, but all the rest of them was.
Yeah, when Haile Selassie came to US, you know, there were no other king from Africa where it was received like that.
Now, I don't mean to cut y'all, but I want people to understand this. Out of all the great men of this dynasty, the only man that came to America was who?
Haile Selassie.
You know, see, we gotta understand how deep that is, because now she sent officials. She sent officials of the Ethiopian I wouldn't say the Ethiopian dynasty, but the Ethiopian royals. They came here before Haile Selassie. Before Haile Selassie came to America, Zatu, she was the queen at that time, and she sent Ethiopian royals over here to see about the lynching of black people because they knew nothing about it. In 1922, the Ethiopian royals knew nothing about what was happening to black people in America. Now, I say these things, and then you are dealing with royalty that never been here. Now, they have the power to travel. They still didn't travel. So when people try to tell us we just went everywhere, we didn't move like that. Like you had to be a pirate. Everybody wasn't a pirate. And the pirate didn't have everybody on his ship. And when the pirate found land, he didn't have a map that was telling them how to get there. A lot of times when they found land, they stumbled upon it. You see what I'm saying? Like, so America was a land that they so-called stumbled upon. And then they began to set up a new empire. So I only say these things to show y'all how even though these people was great, or even though some did bad things, some did good things, they still didn't come to America. I just want people to catch that. You know, because we try to say, man, this stuff go back 2,000 years. The Bible was everywhere. 2,000 years. All this stuff is lies. All this stuff have changed. These stuff have changed. So the Bible was just spread it to the whole world in the 1900s. I'm going to say it again. The Bible was just spread it to the whole world. Up until that, the Bible was in one place. Let it marinate. The Bible was in one place. So the whole world could not know about Jesus Christ 200 years ago. The world didn't even know about Jesus. Jesus Christ didn't even exist. But they got us thinking that Jesus Christ existed 2,000 years ago. That's the biggest lie I've been told. And this lets you know that Jesus Christ story was an end time prophecy. It wasn't a story that was told 2,000 years ago because nobody know about it. Yeah. So these things, y'all, we like to share. Haile Selassie was the only king of the Solomonic dynasty to come to America. That's why you think they made the movie Coming to America? It's not really about Haile Selassie at the same time, but it's about us coming here. And some people now we thinking our ancestors. Most African Americans can't even trust their ancestors. You can't go past your great grandmother right now.
Oh yeah, YahJew.
Majority of us can't go past our great grandmother.
Are you ready for me to debunk that for you? Cause I'm Christ. I'm Jesus, nigga. And got photos. What's up? Yeah, that's what I thought. You and your foreigner ass.
I'm scared. I'm very scared, bro. I'm terrified, so I had to kick you down because I'm scared of you, bro. And for one thing, man, if you was truly Jesus, you don't have to say it like that. Like people, like I don't come up here and just try to make people say, "Oh, I'm Christ regardless." But I'm on here with a movement and spreading information and bringing enlightenment to our people so we can start this movement. You Jesus, now what? Now what do we do since you Jesus? You probably don't know what to say after that.
Peace, peace.
What's going on? Peace.
Hey guys.
What's going on, man? What you got for us?
Good, man. So I have a question for you, man. Like, do you think King Selassie is the real king that came from the King Solomon?
What you mean? All these, he was a king.
Tennessee?
He was a king. Haile Selassie just like any one of these people. Yeah, he just like any one of these people.
Yeah, but like, I believe in that the true king should have to be the son of Zodi. If you know her, this guy. I mean, do you know Tedros? King Tedros?
That's him right there.
In the right of him. Yeah, in the right of him.
Menelik?
No.
You talking about this Haile Selassie?
Yeah. I think King Selassie is one of the member of Freemasons. Did you believe in that?
Of what?
Oh, say it again. Oh, he the member of what?
Do you know about Freemasons, the secret society?
Oh, Freemason.
Yeah, Freemason. Yeah,
I know about it.
Do you know about that?
Well, yeah, like he accepted that order. That's why he was the one that dealt with the British Empire. So yeah, I agree with it. You know, he was definitely a part of order. So
yeah, what is your thought about that?
That's why I say like Haile Selassie became the emperor of Ethiopia at the time where Ethiopia was really weak. Ethiopia was at its weakest point. A lot of the leaders have been unalive. A lot of the priests had left Ethiopia. You got to think about the prophecies that was told. The prophets foretold Ethiopia being taken over by the British Empire. It was foretold to people in the 1800s these was going to happen. So a lot of people had left Ethiopia. You see what I'm saying? And that's why once Haile Selassie became the emperor, the Italians came in and he left. This was a chess move. You see what I'm saying? Because all the rest of the people out here, where did they get unalive at? In Ethiopia. They didn't run. No king flees his city. Like nobody ever did that. Haile Selassie did that because of part of the order that he accepted, which was the Freemason order. So he received protection. You know, he received friendship. He received all this from Great Britain because he had accepted the order. You know, so they protected him. They looked after him for him and actually helped Ethiopia out. And we think they was doing a good thing, but they was helping Ethiopia because of the plans that they had for the world. You know, so you know, I don't really have nothing good to say about it. You know, of course, we don't have all the details, but we do have common sense to understand, you know, why Haile Selassie made the moves he made. He could have been scared. He could have been in fear for his life. It could be multiple reasons why he did it. You know, we don't really know why he did it, but he did do it.
Yeah. So how those people interrelated with Bible?
You say how those people what?
Connected with the Bible.
How these people?
Oh, because they represent the house of David. That's why you deal with the Solomonic dynasty. The Solomonic dynasty deal with the kings. But the house deal with the people who are of the leaders. All these was leaders of the house of David, which represent the beloved ones. So when you deal with the Solomonic dynasty, that represent the people from the house of David who brought forth God wisdom. You know, so this is how these people are connected. That's why the biblical scrolls come from Ethiopia. You also have the throne of David in Ethiopia.
Do you think Tedros is the part of the dynasty? Like, he was a warrior, I think.
Well, yeah, he was part of the dynasty because he received the wisdom and the insight of God to be a leader for the people. That's why he was crowned. He was crowned King of Kings. So he received that crown. That's why he of the dynasty. The Solomonic dynasty just represent the people who God give enlightenment to. You know, that's what the house of David represent.
But like the thing that I know before is like Tedros is a warrior. I mean, was a warrior, and he the true king was King Menelik, and he was the son of Solomon. So that's the hierarchy going. But I believe Tedros was not part of the hierarchy. In the middle.
Yeah, he raised Menelik, and Menelik escaped from him. Now I don't know if you're talking about the Menelik that was with that the Romans started telling the story about Sheba and Solomon, and they had Menelik. But that's what I'm saying. That's a parable. That's like Virgin Mary and Joseph. The Virgin Mary and Joseph story is the same thing as Sheba and Solomon. It's an allegory story to show you the birth of the Son of God, or the birth of the Anointed One, or the birth of the Wise One. But like I said, these stories have been watered down. But in real life, he raised Menelik and Wallow. Well, I wouldn't say raised them. They was a part of his camp. Like Tedros Tedros also had an organization where he was raising young men, because like you said, he was a warrior. You know, he was a great warrior at that. You know, he was a part of the army, and everything he did was top tier. So he did have like a camp, or I don't know what you would call it, but he was like raising up, you know, young men. A lot of people don't know that. So he was under Tedros. And then he escaped. Matter of fact, Tedros gave him his daughter to marry. But he ran off here and he went to another land. And then when Tedros passed, Johannes took the throne, and then that's when he came in the picture. And when Johannes died, he became the king, which is Menelik. So yeah, man, to me, the story is, man, very, very interesting. I tell you, like anybody, like this historical story of what happened and how this majesty was really destroyed is very, very interesting story.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much.
All right, brother. We appreciate you coming up, man. Are you from Ethiopia? You gotta be from Ethiopia, man.
Yeah, I'm from Ethiopia.
Okay. Good speaking to you, brother.
How about you?
Huh?
How about you? Are you also from?
Well, no, I'm from America. My ancestors are, but I've been in America.
Oh, that's really great. Nice to meet you guys.
All right, likewise, bro.
Peace, brother, man.
Peace. I ain't gonna deal with him, bro. All he do is worship Haile Selassie. I ain't got time for that shit. It's just like talking to somebody who worship Jesus. Y'all worship Haile Selassie like y'all worship Jesus, man. Praise Haile Selassie. Praise Jesus. He ain't dead. He flew in the sky. Haile Selassie ain't dead. He ain't got no grave. Come on.
Hey, how's it going?
Yo, the man got old.
Hello?
Anybody who age, they gonna go in that ground.
Hello?
What's going on?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me up.
Good.
I just want to ask a couple questions about like how your belief is as far as allegory and characters in the Bible. Do you feel the whole Bible is allegory and everybody in the Bible is characters, meaning that nobody ever existed?
Well, people existed, but just not the people in the Bible. You got to think about when priests wrote this story, they seen the vision. The priest wasn't, they didn't, like, every prophet was moved by the Spirit to see what God revealed to them. What did God reveal to them? The end time prophecy, a vision. So when they writing these things, they're not writing about themselves and their life. They're writing about the vision. That's why it's the song of Moses.
So was Moses a living man?
No, Moses is a representation of the anointed one.
So there was nobody ever that walked around as Moses. You're saying he was a character. Does that mean he's fictitious?
No. That means he's a character that's played in real life. Moses is a character that's played in real life, which is an anointed one who God comes to get the people out of Egypt, which is simplicity, which is out of worship. That's why people call that's why people call Marcus Garvey what? Moses, because he played the character. He came to get the people out of Egypt, but the people didn't listen and they didn't follow him. So he didn't make it to the promised land. So what? They sent them back home. So Moses is a character. Christ will be a character that comes in the last days and actually takes the people to the promised land. He actually defeats the devil.
So everybody that's a character in the book was written from a prophet, but Moses was a prophet, right?
Correct.
Moses wrote the book of Genesis, right?
Yeah, allegory. Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to understand as from your thought process of Moses being the person who wrote the book or a person that wrote the book talking about Moses.
No, Moses is the songwriter. Genesis is the song. Moses wrote the lyrics, which is a high priest who God anointed. That's why.
The actual Moses who wrote the book is an actual person, right?
Yes, but his name is not Moses.
Right. So let's start there. So does that mean he's just like a author of a book? Speaking of talking about a character.
That's why I say it's not about him being the author of the book. It's about him being the author of the vision.
No, that's fine. I don't mind where the vision came from. At this point, I'm just trying to get the narrative that the author wasn't Moses. The author was speaking of a high priest.
Correct.
Speaking. Right. So when books are made, whether fictional or biographies, or what would the Bible can be set up as? Biographies of these people, or fiction, or a fiction book?
No, it's vision. Is the Bible is God visions. That's all the Bible is. God visions.
So this book is totally different from any.
Yeah, at the appointed time. It's visions that will happen at the time when God appoint these things. That's so the Bible is different from any other book.
It's different from any other book.
Yes.
Because these people are anointed by. Now, who says that, like, in the beginning of time, whatever, and they was like, when because, like, your imagination can say, hey, it's time for me to write I tell you to write something, right? And then you write, and then it's like, I mean, so everybody who put this book together got the same anointment and said, hey, we agree that the same person that was talking to you was talking to me? Or how does that work?
Oh yeah, that's kind of how it happens.
They was like, oh, you heard the voice that I heard. And they like, yep, that's the same motherfucker that I heard.
Some of these people came at a different time, so they didn't all see the vision at one time.
But how did they know it wasn't their imagination and it was from God?
Because God is one. So if the one God showed you, then the one God showed me, and everything will line up. That's all.
Okay.
So that's why I tell people the Bible ain't proven until the last days. This is a fairy tale book until it happened.
Oh, okay. So there you go. Your words, fairy tale book, right?
Well, no.
So
hold on. No, the story is a fairy tale until it happened because it never happened.
But you said you called it a fairy tale. I didn't call it a fairy tale.
I'm not calling it a fairy tale like it's a. I come in a volume of the book, so I don't come in a fairy tale. I'm in real life. So at the same time, I only say these things to try to bring in enlightenment.
Okay, so what about Superman?
Y'all don't want this. Hey, bro. What is your main question, man?
I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn. I'm asking for. You got the answer, so I'm getting the answer from the Most High, right?
Stop.
Are you beyond reproach? Are you gonna cut me off?
Hold up. Why did Christ speak to the people in parables?
That's a good question, and maybe you can answer that for me.
I could
because I'm not I've been stepping away from the belief of.
And hearing, they couldn't understand. So all I could do is make you think. I can't make you understand. That's why Christ spoke to the people in the parable. So if you can catch the parable, then your mind, it might strengthen your mind to help you understand the truth. But if you can't even get the parables, there's no way you can comprehend the truth. Everybody can't comprehend the truth. This is why Christ spoke in parables to the people. The mysteries was given to those who was ready to do the work of God. Most people not ready to do the work of God. Some people just want to know. I just want to know. And if you know this, then what? What you gonna do after you find out? Most people.
So when Jesus walked around, was he walking around being Jesus doing the work, or was he walking around proving to people that he was Jesus?
He was walking around doing the work, which is giving sight to the blind, giving strength to the cripple, and healing the deaf. That's my job.
And when you say that, I know you're not talking about hocus pocus, making the blind see, but with an understanding of knowledge. I totally understand that. I'm talking to Jesus right now.
Yeah, this is my job.
My mom was asking who was I talking to.
Christ, don't tell her Jesus because she's gonna think I was here 2,000 years ago. I'm here.
Okay, let's ask about this. The Holy Trinity. When God is in the body of Christ, is he also in spirit?
God is spirit. God is also always spirit, but God's word becomes
always spirit. So are you gonna tell me he's what's the word, omnipotent or whatever? He's everywhere at once.
Yeah, you know why? Because the truth is no lie without the truth.
Right.
So you got the God of the truth. So God of the truth is omnipresent because the truth is in every lie. But the lie is not in the truth.
So when God is so right now, you being the truth, you're acting in the body as the alpha, the omega, and everything else, right?
Correct.
The,
That's the
the
part of
creator, right?
being a conqueror. That's why I will be a conqueror.
The,
Because I was
the creator of all, right?
correct with the spirit.
So in the beginning there was what?
In the beginning was God, and God was the
Okay,
word.
what came first, time or God?
God.
So where was God when there was no time?
Oh, you gotta understand, high priest wrote the scriptures, so you not a high
No,
priest.
we're not talking about high priest, because high priest couldn't have been
Yes, we
there.
are, because we talking
High
about the
priest couldn't have
beginning.
been there
Hold on,
if God was there first
hold on.
and there was no time.
We talking about the
So
beginning.
these high priests couldn't
Brother, you're not
even
trying to learn.
manifest.
You're not trying to learn. You're trying to challenge. If you want to challenge me,
No,
that's
I'm asking a question. Okay,
you're not asking a
okay.
question. You're trying to learn, bro. You don't tell the teacher what you know.
So in the Bible, God can't be challenged.
Brother man, slow down.
I'm gonna slow down. I'm gonna listen. Go
So
ahead.
the beginning is the beginning of the new creation. That's what the high priest was speaking on, because they was understanding, they was writing according to the vision. They wasn't
I'm
writing
talking about when God gave light, when He gave light.
brother, God gives light at the new creation. God don't give light in the beginning because there was no need for light. We wasn't born
Right.
evil. We was taught evil. You're not born. Tell me what baby is born evil.
Why would God tell Adam and Eve not to eat from the fruit and they will surely die? What was the who was the evil person in that sense?
Brother man, that was the wise man who was giving false information, because power of life is in the tongue. The power of life and death is in the tongue. So when you eat from the tree of man, knowledge and wisdom, you will surely be unalive. Many people are the walking dead right now because they have
So
eaten.
how was Adam and Eve unalive in that sense? Even if it's a spiritual sense, how were they unalive in that sense?
That was the walking unalive. Like we are right now, it's a lot of people, they are the walking unalive. They are unalive to the facts. They are dead to the facts. So when you are dead to the facts, what are you?
So they're dead to the facts of being. Okay, they're dead to the facts after God said, "Oh, damn, they done ate the fruit. Now they're gods like us," but they're dead to the facts. It seems like they're more aware of the facts. I'm naked.
Brother, there's many gods, but there's only one true God.
Oh, thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. Many gods. The Tower of Babel, when he said, "I'm going to come down," and he said, "Let us go down." For when the people of Babel said they was about to go up and build something so they can make it to the skies, and then God was like, he said something about, who was he talking to? What other gods was he talking to? If there's only one God, what other God was he talking to?
There's only one true God, brother.
But what God was he talking to? I didn't ask you that. I said, what God was he talking to when he said, "Let's go down"? For they can do anything. To like he. So why was if God is so wants us to be so perfect and come together, at that moment we were united as one. And in his words, in God's words, he said we was united as one. So now we're united as one. He got scared. He got scared of us. Why did he get scared of us? To feel like he had to come destroy our unity and separate our tongues.
When was Babylon get destroyed? In the beginning of the world or in the last days?
Are you the teacher? Or are you gonna teach me?
When was Babylon gonna be destroyed? In the last days or in the beginning of time?
He didn't change our language in the last days.
In Revelation, don't you read about Babylon being destroyed?
What about the question I just asked you? When is he? Why did he change the language if he's doing everything in the
we
last
are
days?
getting to the point. I'm trying to walk you up there. You know, you can't when you climb a ladder, brother. You take step by
Okay.
step.
Okay.
You don't
Well,
jump.
I might
You
be
don't
lost.
jump.
Okay.
You don't jump
I
the
may
steps
be
to
lost
get up
in
the
that.
ladder.
I could possibly be lost in that translation of
But possibly
the Revelation.
No,
So
brother.
you
Like brother, man.
so
I'm
you
not
can
gonna fight.
explain it. How about you explain it to me,
I'm
because
not.
I don't have the answer to that.
Brother, what I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna fight you. I'm not gonna fight giving
No,
you an answer.
I don't have the answer. I didn't read that part of the Bible.
One thing, you talking too much for me to even say anything. You talking way too much.
So you gonna kick me off?
If you keep talking,
Jesus is gonna walk away.
I'm gonna kick you off. You finna get out of here because I'm not finna deal with a talking to child.
I'm gonna shut up and
You
listen.
talking
What's
a lot
up?
of
Go
stuff, you
ahead.
don't know what you talking about. And when I ask you a
I'm
question, you
listening.
can't answer.
I don't have the
So
answer.
when I ask you the question, when was Babylon gonna be destroyed? Was it gonna be
I don't
destroyed?
have.
Well, in
I don't have the
Revelation.
answer.
Okay, so is Revelation about the last days?
In your words, or from my understanding.
From your understanding, is Revelation talking about the last days when the vision gonna take place? That's what
I
Revelation
believe. I believe. I in my belief, every day is the last days. It was the last days then. And it's the last days now. When you're born, it's pretty much the last days, because you're living to die. So that's my translation. So that's why I said, do you?
Listen. Well, when Moses was talking about the Tower of Babel, he was talking about the last days. Just as when Moses said, let's make man in our image. Who was God talking to? That's Christ talking to the other angels. Because Christ is the speaker for God. God don't talk. The Spirit does not talk. That's why the Spirit put the words in the flesh mouth. Or this is why the book say the word become flesh. This will be God speaking in the flesh. To the other angels who have accepted the name, which is the image of God. That's why I say the name gonna be written on their forehead, and they gonna go out and make mankind in the image of God, just as they gonna go out and destroy the Tower of Babel.
Okay, one question. In the image of us, so angels are considered gods? Is that what you're telling me?
Does not the Bible say you are gods? Is it not written in the law you are gods, but you're gonna die like men? So right now we are gods, but what? We are false gods. That's why it's one true God that comes back into play when Christ is anointed with the one true God Spirit, not with the deception.
At that time, he was in heaven with whoever he was calling gods. He wasn't in heaven or wherever this person is. He wasn't with man. He wasn't with man like us.
Where's heaven?
I believe heaven is a. If my heaven ain't gonna be the same heaven that you have.
What is heaven, bro?
Heaven is your peace and what you have within yourself.
Okay, so who was in heaven? Now, because you said somebody was in heaven. Who was in heaven?
I don't believe in the Bible.
Why are you talking about it then? That's why I say you talking too much. Why are you talking about somebody in heaven and you don't even know what heaven is, or you don't even agree with heaven? Like, why are you talking about it? You just saying stuff?
No, I'm saying because I've been turned away from the Bible and these things because of all, like right now with what you're doing, you like if this like even without you or a God in the sky or in your mind or wherever God comes from, even if he is this person, like why would he not just give understanding to his people? Why does he have to do all the trickery and the underhanded to say understand who I am, understand my power, and then hold up, wait, can I finish? I'm almost done. I'll take like 2 seconds. And then be like, I'm not only am I going to do that, I'm going to disguise myself as the people in the world and say I'm gonna walk amongst them and torture myself and put myself through all this stress arguing with motherfuckers, whether it was the last days or today, and 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 not just be like, look, this is the truth, this is what it is, and then have so many different denominations just with Christianity for one, not even to speak of other things. Like if this dude is so amazing and not like I said, not with any magical things, why does he have to go through all of that trickery to say I'm gonna come back in the last days and the last days
the same thing, bro.
never come?
Okay, stop saying the same thing.
Okay,
This
go
is
ahead.
why, and see, this is why y'all, you're not supposed to have the book, because what the book has done to this young man right here, I'm gonna read it. What has this letter done? It says, I'm in 2 Corinthians 3, I'm gonna restart at verse 5. It says, not that we are significant of ourselves to think anything as being from ourselves, but our sufficiency is of God, who also have made us significant, able ministers. Let me get the King James. I ain't reading the King James.
Then, like on one of your
Hold on, brother man. I'm in 2 Corinthians 2, 3, and 6. It says, who also have made us able ministers of the New Testament, not of the letter, but of the Spirit. Now, why you don't minister from the letter? Because what do the letter do? For the letter killeth, but the Spirit gives life. So because this young man have read of the letters, it have unalived him when it come to thinking about God. So
I'm just logical, my brother.
Hey, brother man, slow down. You only have these thoughts based off what the tongue have given you, or what your eyes have read.
I have these. Look, I haven't even read all of that you read. I'm going off of my daily life and my.
All you want to do is all you want to do is bump your guns, bro. And I'm showing you something that's very important. Because you read the letter, or because you got it from the tongue of man, you are considered what? The walking dead. Because everything you said about God, none of it is true.
What did I say about God that isn't true?
God didn't confuse us.
I didn't say he confused us. I said he confused himself. I never said God confused us.
I can't talk to you, bro. We got too many other people in the thing, and these people don't want to talk, man. They don't really want to have a conversation to get on. They already mind made up, but they want to come up here and act like their mind not made up.
You gotta learn how to have a conversation. You gotta be quiet when someone else is talking. That's how you show respect.
And especially if you're trying to learn. I'm not trying to learn from you. I know you don't know what the hell you're talking about, so I ain't trying to learn. But you want me to just sit here and just keep listening, keep listening. But then you telling me I'm trying to learn from you, brother.
You're not answering.
You're not trying to learn from me. Don't lie to me, bro. You don't want to come up. So yeah, so people, y'all, like I say, you come up here with that bull, I ain't taking it no more. Y'all get kicked down. I dealt with y'all way too long enough.
God's garden.
I done dealt with y'all way too long. This knowledge is hidden from you. It's only for the babes. Lions don't run. And let them up. You want to see that. Lions don't run. They choose their battles.
Peace and blessings, King.
What's going on, brother man?
So yeah, Haile Selassie. So the story is that but you don't. Sorry, I thought you respected the man in the sense that he was part of the Solomonic dynasty. Is that correct?
Well, I never say he was. He sat on the throne, but at the same time, he was no different from many of these people up here.
Sure. So he could have been anointed just like Cyrus was anointed, yeah?
He could have been.
Because if he was an Ethiopian, would he be Cushite?
Hey, hold up. You the same brother that says lions don't run?
100%. Can't.
So, do you agree with Haile Selassie or are you against Haile Selassie?
I'm against Haile Selassie. I'm against the Ethiopian doctrine.
The Ethiopian don't have a, well, I said they don't have a doctrine. The Ethiopian follow the Roman Catholic Church doctrine.
Bless. Oh, nice. So why do you represent Ethiopia? What's the?
Well, this what is just because the Ethiopians are messed up. This is where this come from. Like, this is the house of David. You see what I'm saying? Like that's why you can't find the graves. People are like, where's the biblical history? Nobody knows. So they didn't took the biblical history and put it in a fake land that they created in 1948. They created Jerusalem in 1948. They created Egypt in 1953. So they created this stuff to take you from the original. This is the original biblical history. The kings who did evil in God's eyes.
Hold on, King. So 500 BC, Ptolemy, Alexander the Freak. Yeah? No?
The dates that you follow is a part of the Roman Catholic Church indoctrination. That's how they indoctrinate the world, with false dates. Because if I give you a false date, I can put anything because it's a false date. And see, they use the Christ story to start their dates. Everything starts with Christ. It's either before Christ or after Christ. So their dates is based off the story they stole. That's how deep it is. Yeah, so the indoctrination is all around the stealing of the Bible and introducing their version of Christ and what time Christ comes. When the Bible say the last days.
Are you of the understanding, or do you believe that Sheba was not a Cushite woman, but of the tribe of Israel? Was she?
Sheba is the same story as the Joseph and Mary. The Joseph and Mary story, the Sheba and Solomon story is the original story. The Jesus and Mary story is the copy of that, just in a Greek form. See, that's why I say that's the whole point. That's how they colonize everything. You see what I'm saying? Like Sheba and Solomon, Sheba represents God's wisdom. Solomon represents the seed of David, who receives the wisdom, or Joseph. He represents the lineage. Same thing as Joseph and Mary. So from Solomon, Jesus or Christ gonna come. From Joseph, Jesus or Christ came. So it's the same story. They just changed the time, watered it down, changed the names, and gave it back to us.
Well, I appreciate that, King. I'm going to be looking into that more deeply now. I appreciate that, King. Thank you for letting me up.
All right, no problem, brother. Appreciate you for coming up.
Peace.
And y'all, if this your first time in here, the website where y'all can reach out to us, there's the website up there. Y'all link up with us, man. If y'all ready for a movement and you're ready to start a government. If you're ready to start a government for our people, hit this website. If you're not ready, don't hit this website. But if you're ready, link in with us. What's your talents? What you good at? What can you do? You know, what are your gifts? Because when I say Babylon is real, everybody want to talk. Nobody want to do nothing. If you want to do something, show me what you want to do. Don't tell me what you want me to know, because who is you for you to tell me? That's like, this is what we got to ask ourselves in PC, brother, man. Give me about 30 seconds. I'm going to get this. Ask yourself this. Who is you to tell me? Who are you to tell? You got to tell me who you is. I just don't listen to anybody. This is why the Bible tell you who to get the information from. It say eat the lamb. Don't eat the Bible don't even say eat your own flesh. If you eat your own flesh, that's a sin. And I'm not talking about biting yourself. I'm talking about your information. So the Bible tell you where to get the flesh of God from, which is going to be the sacrificial lamb. That's why I say if you don't eat the flesh of the Son of Man, there's no life in you. Because the Son of Man, all he's speaking is life. And you're not going to eat it because you don't have life. But what's going on, brother? Peace.
What's going on, King? How are you?
I'm good, man.
I just wanted to introduce myself. It's one of my first times even seeing you. So I was reading your energy, listening to what you were saying, and I was like, oh yeah, we here. I was getting in and out some things that you were saying. Most of the stuff I'm in complete alignment with you. I'm glad the gods are waking up now. And so I'm curious about your practical plan of action as well. I saw that you have the YahJew Judah. Can you give me a little bit more on a brief explanation on what that is and what you feel God has called you to do?
Well, my job is to gather the angels to judge the world. Simply gather them, yeah, and with that judgment taking place, we able to create our government, and we establish the uniform code for all nations. That's the gift that God has given African people. That's why we the flavor, we the salt. You know, we do stuff different. You know, everything we do better. Absolutely. Because that's a gift from God. And that gift's supposed to bring a uniform code, which is a decency, a order, a way of life to the world.
So I'm already tracking with you. Explain to me what your plan of action is. I heard what you said. The first thing you said, I resonate with that deeply. I want to ask you a little bit more about that, but I also want to hear how, and you may not, I'm not forcing you to say, like, if you don't have it all figured out or you haven't got it from start to finish, that's totally cool. I'm just kind of in a journalistic mindset, just trying to figure out where you are in that process.
Well, that's simply, right now we got to gather the leaders to judge the Roman Catholic Church, because these are the leaders of the world. These are the people that hold the uniform code for majority of the nations where all people are scattered.
Let me ask you this: Have you created a way to filter out who is, or one, have you created the standard and articulated the standard of what it means to be an angel, and then use that as a point of reference when it comes to judgment, kind of like creating a rubric?
Well, since it's one God, it's going to be one knowing. And that's why this message is a call to remembrance. So most of the angels are going to already be in the tested information. So I haven't set it up like just paperwork, but I have it in my mind. I have it because we all are going through this purification process where we are testing doctrines. You know, we are coming into this awakening. And this is the final call for you to cross over to the other side and wear the garments of God so we can move forward.
I see. I like that. I think the next journey for you is getting to the point where you can actually put it on paper. Because where I'm at in my journey is realizing that once you fully embody the Christ consciousness and you've gotten to the point where you are Christ-like, which in my mind, in my world, is the kind of the highest rank you can be on your spiritual journey, being God in man form. The next process is to then begin the duplication process, which does start off with attracting your tribe. But in order to do that, you have to find out, okay, what am I actually grading, or what am I looking for in individual people that lets them know, or lets me know that they are my people? And then what can I communicate to them that lets them know that they're my people as well? What you end up doing is you kind of got to create a rubric for yourself. So you say, okay, well, what makes me Christ-like in my own unique way? Because now if I believe that Christ is in me, I'm integrated with him, that means that I'm thinking like him. So what's my version of Christ-like? What are my categories? Okay, you know, whether I say, you know, communication, empathy, problem solving, you know, business, being a healer, whatever those categories are, right?
Well, see, this is what I share with my brothers, especially like yourself. Christ is the head of the body. Christ is not every part of the body. That's why the body has to be formed. So just like you have that idea, that's the part of all the members of all the angels attaching themselves to the head of the body, so these things can get done and the whole body will be in order. So a lot of times when we deal with Christ or Christ consciousness, we deal with the individual side of it. We don't deal with the government side, which is putting people in position. Mm-hmm. See, that's the side we have lost, because this is way bigger than knowledge and wisdom, and it's way bigger than individuality. And that's the part we take out of Christ. Christ was a shepherd. Everybody reference the qualities of Christ, but they never add the shepherd part, where it says he lay his life down for his people. So this is like a sheepdog. A sheepdog don't be a warrior for himself. A sheepdog don't teach the sheep. A sheepdog fights the devil or the deceiver or the wolf that's deceiving the sheep. Same thing Moses did. When God sent Moses, Moses didn't become a teacher or individuality. Moses became a shepherd for the people. And this is what people, so the body of Christ is a group of individuals who are connected with one thought, one God.
So what are your practical plan of action for assembling your angels?
The angels hear the call.
Okay, what call is that?
You got the warriors, which anybody can be a warrior. Everybody is not an angel. Again, I'm not going, those secrets I haven't really gave out yet. But an angel know an angel. Again, you got many saints. Everybody is not an angel. An angel is just going to be a particular measure. He going to already have the qualifications. The only thing that I'm going to give him is the fire. Because he already.
So again, I hear you. I understand. I'm on the same page with everything you're saying. You're kind of preaching to the choir right now. I've already graduated from the class that you're saying. I was more so curious, which I think you've already answered it. I think. Yeah, well, I'm saying I was saying that I think you already answered it because you said that there are things that you're not going to disclose about the stuff, which makes sense. I'm not saying I totally agree with that because we don't know. In my eyes, we're surrounded by enemy territory, so we don't know how the enemy is interpreting. Oh crap, are they catching on right now? Do we need to put something in place? So that's why I was saying it's okay. You didn't have to explain it anymore because you said you weren't going to talk about it. And I said cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I was just curious. I'm on the same journey as you. I'm a little bit more secretive. My page says God's Garden Essentials. I make health supplements or organic supplements for people who have cancer and terminal illnesses. So I do mind body. I'm a shaman. I do mind, body, and soul healing. Kundalini awakening, all that stuff, starseed, not even from the planet. So I wanted to come in and just connect with a brother and just kind of see, our journeys. In my eyes, they're very independent study. I feel like the kind of the hermit journey where it's like you're constantly doing the work with yourself, or I see you have a missus there. That's a blessing to have someone you can do the work with. For my journey, it's been very lonely. So it's always refreshing to come in when I hear another brother, kind of talk on that frequency and just tune in, see if I can learn anything from him real quick, and then see if I have anything to offer, and then pop back out. So I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I appreciate you.
I say we do have a website. We do have a WhatsApp where other brothers and sisters are in who are on one accord. And again, we start the government. You see what I'm saying? I think that's what a lot of people miss in our message. They miss the part where we are be able to put people in positions to help our people in a way major way than you can do in a position that we are in now. We only a micro to what we can do if we really had a government. When you got a government established, you on a major level. And it's in the Declaration of Independence. We are seeking independence, but we only get our independence through the government that we create, which is going to be based off.
So I'm a poke at your concept a little bit, just to play the friendly devil's advocate, if you don't mind. So what happens if you have the governance, but you don't have a way to defend yourself when someone says "fuck your government"? Get this shit out of here. And we got guns and military.
Well, correct. That's the whole thing about the judgment taking place first, because right now all nations gonna stand with us. Most of the nations, like America, America is small. So most of the nations, when we create this government, they gonna support us. Russia already stood up and say what?
Why are they gonna support us? Wait, first of all, who's us, and why are they gonna support us?
The African people who finna set up, because they are going to support us because they already living off of us. The world is living off of us. When you talk about America and why everybody come to America, who they come to see? Who you come to America to see? So who America has. So when we stand up, nations going to support us. And that's why I say Russia already said, I stand with the Black Christ. He put
okay, so if I hear you correctly, are you saying that only Black people are allowed in this project you're doing?
No, I'm saying Black people have to have a government. No, I'm not saying that. Because other people still gonna have their government. Russia gonna have their government. China gonna have their government.
We in the European.
We in the European government, so we gotta get our own government.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't mind other races being a part of our government, but they all have to be willing to agree to be serving Black people.
It's not serving Black people. It's serving the uniform code that we set up, because we have been given the gift to bring God to the world. That's the gift that we have. That's why our talents are greater. So since we
But you
have
said
this gift,
but you said you're setting up a government.
but you gotta listen to what I'm saying, because the government, we Africans gonna create the uniform code, which all governments gonna be under. This is all nations under God.
So you're saying that black
they're not
people
gonna
are the only
show
ones
us
that can
the
create
government.
the governance.
The
Is that what I
what?
hear you saying? Are you saying that black people are the only ones that can create the governance? We're the only ones that have the codes?
Yeah, the righteous. We have the codes to create God's government. We're not under God's government right now. The world's not under God's government. The world is under the artificial God's government. That's why the Roman Catholic Church is doing everything like the real one gonna do. So because everything is artificial now, everything is out of whack. Because everybody being lied to, the nations living a lie, the nations telling a lie.
What are you taking that into consideration? What are you going to do to bypass that when it comes to establishing your governance?
Judge the Roman Catholic Church, the people who run majority.
Judge the Roman Catholic Church. Okay.
Correct.
How are you going to do that?
With the majesty of God.
Okay, what does that mean in practical way?
That's overthrowing their uniform code that they have on all the nations. The Roman Catholic Church have a uniform code that all nations follow. That's why you pay taxes to the Queen. That's why the Queen own Africa, America, the islands, because they so-called have tricked the world and say they hold the majesty of God. So they've been given all this land, they've been given all this jurisdiction.
Okay.
That's taken away from them.
And what's going to make them listen to you?
The majesty of God. Like they are waiting on Christ. The whole world powers is waiting on Christ. Like they know the real. That's why you think the CIA been trying to stop the rise of Christ, because the higher powers, they know the Christ story. They don't know it like they teach it to us. They know it in a whole different way.
So are you saying that you're waiting for Christ to come back to establish the government?
No, Christ is here.
Christ is the
Established.
one.
He's here already.
Yeah, Christ is here already. Yeah. That's
what. Okay, so he's already here. So going back to my original question, what's gonna make the Catholic Church listen to you and the government that you establish? Like if I say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna get 10 to 20 black kings and queens together, and we're gonna say that we represent all black people, or we represent the glory of God, or I forgot that phrase. I don't want to misquote you, but that we represent that, and then it's like we're going to either we're going to write a letter, we're going to either fly out to the UK, or we're going to knock on the door. Like what are we doing? What's that process?
No, like I say, we getting our house in order first.
Okay, I'm saying so. Okay,
so that's why I'm saying this is a calling of the angels. This is a calling of the leaders to the Last Supper, which is God's table that Christ has prepared in the midst of your enemies, as the writings tell you. It say God gonna have a table in the midst of your enemies, and the angels gonna come. And when they come, and once that secret number is fulfilled, we will be able to call out. And matter of fact, a declaration has already been wrote. So they already in default judgment. If you know about what default judgment means, when someone declares something and they don't respond back, they are in default judgment. So Christ has already put out a declaration that they didn't even respond back to and say what? He's not. Now we have the documents showing that they received it. If it was hand delivered and it was sent through valid email with these statements. So when we do go to court, we have these documents, so we win the case. The case is already won. That's why I said, that's why the CIA was trying to stop the rise of a Messiah. So
are you saying are you saying that
right now, okay, the most important thing right now is getting our house in order. That's the most important thing. And then we're gonna be able to make, because other ideas gonna be brought, other strong people gonna be brought forth, other talents gonna be brought forth. That's like a team. Michael Jordan, but shit, he needed Pippen. If you'd have took Pippen, he might have won 6 championships. So you need the other people. That's why our house again has to be in order, so we can make the moves that need to be made.
I hear you. So your first step is to unify, get a whole bunch of people together, and what you got? Everyone's supposed to just start talking about ideas.
It's the few that's going to be collected to be a part of the government. It's not everyone.
I see.
Everyone is
I
not going to
see.
be a part of it. That's why we have a judgment against them for the things. We know the case. Y'all don't know the case. That's the thing. We know what they have done and how we've gotten to this predicament today. We can put that in the case. That's already established. That's what we talk about every day on this platform. But people.
So you guys are looking for a handful? Like, are we saying like 5 or 10 people?
Well, brother, man, like I don't make the angels.
I'm just curious. I said 20, and you guys said it's not going to be everybody. So I was like, okay. So we're saying you're looking for a small amount of people to go and fight this case and go and present this case.
Correct. The chosen ones. It's going to be the chosen ones that come together to present this case. Now, what we are doing right now, we're spreading the gospel. That's why other nations are hearing this gospel. You got to think about word of mouth. I just imagine if Putin got the information like, oh man, the Africans have found their Christ. They are setting up an order. Would you help them out? Oh yeah, what they got set up? What they need? They need guns. They need money. What they need? They need an army. They need protection. What they need? Passports. Whatever we need, they gonna send to us. But if it ain't set up, who they gonna send it to? Nobody. That's
so.
Why
Let me ask you this: What do you think is what do you think the difference is between what your vision is for what you're setting up versus like the Israelites that have like the large organization, have like actual infrastructure and buildings and things like that? Are you saying like?
Well, yeah,
what do you? Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. They wait for Jesus, bro. They doing what the church doing. They just.
I thought you said he's already back though.
But you say what's the difference between me and them? They waiting.
You're saying they're waiting and you're not.
They're waiting for the sky to crack. They doing what the church doing. Like that's what I'm saying. So
I got you.
And see, when I tell people about the concentration camps, and they gonna mark us with information, this is what we see and set up. These are the camps that's set up to mark you with the false information, so you won't do the work of God. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I can see that.
This is the allegory vision of these writings, but you can see how they can be so watered down where people are drowning in them. And we looking for a lot of conspiracy theories to happen. It'll never happen. And we're looking for a lot of hocus pocus stuff to happen. It'll never happen.
I agree with that.
But the happening is happening. No matter what nobody think, the happening is happening. But the truth gonna open your eyes so you can see, because we are blind to the happening. That's what the information have done. It blinded us. And like I say,
do you think by the time so let me ask you this. Let's fast forward a little bit. So let's say we present the case. I want to play out 2 timelines. Again, I'm just having fun right now. Let's say you get to the court case, and let's say the timeline of everything goes great, and they're like, oh shit, you know what? We have been fucking up everybody. We have been playing by fake rules, and oh crap, you see us. Okay, so the question is, then what? So it's like, now it's like, are you expecting them to just go by honor code and say, you know what? Here goes back all y'all land. Here goes back all y'all treasure. Here goes back a whole bunch of money. We're going to just chill the fuck out to the end of time, and you guys live happily ever after. Is that what you're thinking? Or are you like, what does that look like for you when you go to court, and how long do you expect the court case to last? How expensive will it be? All that shit. I'm just curious. What have you thought about any of that shit?
Brother, the same way the children of Israel was afraid of Pharaoh, but Moses was able to come and redeem them, is the same analogy. The same analogy when all the children of Israel were scared of the giant, but little old David, who they thought couldn't even defeat giant, he walked up there and knocked the giant down. It's the same analogy. This is the David and Goliath story. So although this looked like a big case, bro, but whoever got that rock solid information, they gonna sling it at the devil, at the giant, and he gonna fall. And we gonna kill him with their own sword, which is the own information that they gave us. They gonna be slayed with it. So to give you the full picture of all the detail, but these are our ancestors. This is where the Bible comes from. So the Bible can be traced to real people now. We're no longer our grandparents believing in somebody in the sky and 2,000-year-old people. Right. This is where the Bible comes from. We can prove this. The Roman Catholic Church already know this. So when we come with this kind of information, they can't fight it. We got documents where they looted all these things from these people.
They've been trying to hide
mainly him. They've been hiding this through what? Lingerie, Victoria's Secret. So the lie looks so beautiful, everybody laying down with Babylon, which is a whore. So Victoria took the scrolls from this man right here, her army. They looted it. They didn't only take scrolls, they took tons of gold. Well, they was able to pass it out as they were bringing it back to Britain. So when we bring these facts out, bro, listen, it ain't gonna be it's gonna be like this. That's why I say, man, God is waiting on us. The world is waiting on us. Russia waiting on us. All the rest of the kingdoms, they waiting on us. We the ones that's gonna bring peace to the world. We the ones that's gonna heal the world. Again, but
I'm not in disagreement. I'm not in disagreement of what we believe will happen. We're in alignment on that. I think we have different viewpoints on the how it will happen. And my viewpoint from studying humans and studying the history of Black people in America, they have zero intentions of letting us go. They have zero intentions of doing anything that you want them to do. They use a war tactic called the projection of progress, which is basically this idea of saying like, okay, we don't want these people coming to war with us. We're tired of fighting them. So let's say, hey, let's make peace, and then let's talk about peace, working peace in and talking about making the change. But then as it actually starts it, you put the peace down, you put your swords down, you put your shield down, and then now you guys are discussing shit, but they have no actual intentions of changing shit. They're just going to start dragging the process out, which is what they've done since the beginning of time. They drag the process out and say, oh, these things take time, reparations, all this shit. They have zero intention of actually doing it. What they're hoping is that the people who actually care are just going to die out. And then the younger generation is not going to be illiterate enough to give a fuck about it. And then they win.
Well,
that's how I think America thinks about shit.
Well, I agree. That's the part of why we got to do it. And that's the part
right. Okay, so here's my point.
Like I'm saying,
but here's my point in saying that. Hold on. Let me say this one point. I'll let you say it. My point in saying that is that because that's my conclusion on how I view America, it's changed the strategy that I would have towards taking back the kingdom that was actually not only ours but also promised to us. So for me, I look at it like this. According to the pattern, anytime we have a Black king that truly knows the keys, he gets killed. Anytime someone speaks the truth out, they get killed. So I look at that, God, what are you trying to teach me? Well, God, maybe God's trying to teach us that, hey, you know what? Black people, your superpower has always been using your mouth and talking and literally creating life and death using your tongue. But maybe I'm trying to teach you how to win wars in a different way. Maybe I'm going to position you in a space where your enemy is literally surrounded all around you and they're just waiting for you to start making sense to just X you off, poison you, do whatever the fuck they want to do. So now you have to learn maybe how to win wars without letting anyone know that there is a war. Maybe you're having to learn how to work covertly. Maybe you're having to learn how to speak in a different language in a way that where the alarms don't go off, because we got AI now. We don't know who's listening to what. They could literally say, hey, and this is what I think about all the time. I could literally have an AI system and say, hey, open this up to the public, give everyone the opportunity to use the AI system, but filter out anybody's profile that says anything about ascension, that says anything about Christ consciousness, and just filter out and create profiles and put them to the side. And then from then on now, I can now pinpoint the people, and now I'm going to watch the conversations. I think about that all the time. So, and that's very easy to do because I'm a very basic ass nigga, and I can come up with that. So I know people that are actually working towards stopping the Christ from coming, the consciousness from being spread. They're thinking way, way, way more than that. The only way for you to truly win this war is where no one even knows there is a war going on except for your side. And then by the time the enemy finds out that you're even trying to have a war, it's already over, where they can't do anything.
Well, see, you gotta understand, we're fighting the people that told the lie. We didn't tell the lie. They told the lie. So they know what it looked like.
I agree. But they're willing to die to protect the lie.
Just like the Matrix. Mr. Anderson knew when somebody was out of the Matrix. They knew. Because, and see, that goes back to the devil deceives the whole world. Everybody's in the same deception. Because it's one, it's only one kingdom that gave the information. I mean, that gave the world the information. It's one kingdom. That's how powerful. That's what makes the kingdom so powerful. Not because they are physically powerful. It's because they are here when it comes to the power. So the lie, they know. So, but when it comes to the truth, it's something you can't stop. And I heard you say, like, a lot of our leaders who had the keys. None of our leaders had the keys because they all had the Roman Catholic Church information. So what the Roman Catholic
I disagree.
Church
I disagree. I won't. I don't think they had the full keys.
Let me finish. No, hold up, because
Go ahead.
Marcus Garvey was the only leader that did not come under the Roman Catholic Church information. All other leaders was birthed under false doctrines. All other leaders. That's why Marcus Garvey.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I really don't.
Say this.
Go ahead.
Marcus Garvey didn't get unalive. Now they sent them back. And that could have been a reason why, because he wasn't from America, so they didn't have to get rid of him. They could just send him back, and they got rid of him that way. But he didn't get unalive. And nobody, no other leader followed Marcus Garvey movement. They all came under, and this is how you know they was under the indoctrination of the Roman Catholic Church. This is facts. And see, Marcus
now
Garvey
again, I don't disagree with you. I agree. People like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, things like that, they were all under Roman. But this is my thing. I think that in spite of that, I wouldn't completely discredit them as being or having characteristics of that Christ conscious.
I'm not saying
No. This is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, like, they still had valuable things that had Christ-like characteristics. Martin Luther King still embodied a certain level of grace, compassion, unconditional love, and nonviolence that is a component of Christ consciousness. Now, did he lack the true embodiment of the judgment, of the wrath, of the dark shadow aspects of Christ that make him balanced? No. So yes, it was incomplete, and Marcus Garvey was a more complete package of that. So that's why I said I'm not disagreeing with you. I just don't completely. And on the flip side, I think Malcolm X embodied more of the dark side, less of the light side. And I think Marcus Garvey was somebody that I fuck with Garvey because if you haven't noticed, I always talk about practical steps, and Garvey had the most practical steps towards organizing, unifying, educating, and co-creating. And I think one of the biggest problems with our people is that we don't practically think that we are in a war right now. We don't practically think about the enemy. We think about it conceptually. We're like, yeah, it's almost like we make them so far away. Like we're like them, yeah, the bad guys, those people. But I think that, like, we don't realize that, and this is funny, I told my mom this, the Boston Tea Party, right? The entire country went to war because of a 2% increase in a tea tax, right? And then we look at today and we look at how much taxes have increased, and we look at how much we haven't done shit. Like, we haven't rose nothing, no tables. So what that tells me is that as a society, we have lost the masculinity or the aggression that would make us flip tables over a 2% increase. We've lost that. So that's affected the way that we move when it comes. That's why it's so hard for us. That's why no matter what the fuck the news tells us, we can talk about child pedophilia, all these people going to jail, the popes, these priests. No one does anything about it. And the reason why is because everyone's weak.
Okay, so what that mean? We cripple, right? Because we can't even stand up against the system, right? So it say Christ gonna come back and what? Heal the cripple. So everybody talking about consciousness, but where are the actions that proves you have the consciousness? And see, so that's why everything is so watered down. Those who became Christ-like, they was able to cast out demons. They couldn't have cast out demons. They became able to cast out demons. So they had Christ. You don't have a little bit of Christ consciousness. Either you got it or either you don't. And see, that's what the line.
You got it or you don't.
Like, we being pacified with the lie at the Victoria's Secret. It's all dressed up for us. It got all the lingerie on, and we falling for it. But we got to tell that bitter truth. That truth that hurts. The truth ain't got no lingerie on. Like you say, It's masculine. You see what I'm saying? The truth don't have no friends. It don't need no praise. It's the truth regardless. And the truth of the matter is, we don't have Christ consciousness without the Christ. So Martin Luther King, now, again, I don't take away from no leader because I know what it takes to be a leader. I'm a leader, so I know what it takes. So now that I know these things, I'm like, okay, well, I can never take that from him because you don't know at his time the stuff he didn't know. So like I said, I'm never judging him, but we got to tell the truth. It wasn't no Christ consciousness in these leaders. They had,
I agree.
They had great principles, morals. Some of them had great works. You see what I'm saying? But it wasn't the consciousness of Christ because the consciousness of Christ finishes God's work. And we have watered down that word so much. And so it got watered down so much, so we use it wrong, almost like the word love. It's just used wrong. You know, so that action has to come back into it for that consciousness to be in the earth. That's why we proclaim Christ on earth as a man, not just as a consciousness. You know, because it's way bigger than that.
So going back to your plan of going to the courts and speaking the truth. I personally feel that a better plan, and this is just me playing devil's advocate, would be to create our own world, create our own ecosystem in the form of, say, like a digital app. This is an example. All right. So say you had a digital app where on the app we create our own currency, we create our way to create your own profiles, we create our way to schedule events, to chat back and forth, everything that you would need to be able to establish communications, to share resources, to whatever you need. And then we just met people that we felt like were our people. We're like, oh shit, this the angel, what up, nigga? And then we have we make the app private, and then we give them access to the app. They join the community, and then we organize that way. That way you have an organized way to assess resources. Because one project I've been a part in my younger days was I had the same vision, brought a whole bunch of people together. Everybody had great ideas, but half niggas was broke. Another people had a bunch of great ideas, but they had zero work ethic. So I've learned in my experience that even though I've seen people that had the angel in them, they want the angel right in front of me. It's almost like the idea of falling for people's potential type shit. So I've learned and I've evolved past that, but now I'm not so quickly to let somebody into the group just because they wear they may have the badge, they may have the uniform on, they may even be more lit up than everybody around them. So again, for me, this is why I was poking you around earlier, because I actually have a vetting process that's on paper that makes me figure out, because I'm wealthy. I'm an 8-figure earner. So now when I collab with people, it's like, okay, you're talking a lot of stuff, cool, but what have you manifested? If you do have Christ in you, then like you said, you should have tangible results. So I'm like, okay, that's what shuts me up. I'm like, okay, when I hear your word, that's what gets my attention. But when you have tangible things like, okay, I built this, okay, I mentor these 100 people, okay, I do X, Y, and Z. Now I'm like, okay, now I really see the Christ in you. Because now I'm like, okay, I see the Christ mentorship. Okay, but you have a structure, you have a school, you have an institution. I'm like, okay, so it's level. That's why I say it's levels of it, even once you get to Christ consciousness. Some people are Christ conscious and just have the words.
Well, correct. But you got to understand, Christ's kingdom is not of this world. So a lot of people...
but in the end time, it's supposed to be heaven on earth. So heaven and earth supposed to link together.
But heaven on earth does not consist of material gain. Now, although we will...
I disagree. It's both. It's heaven and earth. Earth is material gain.
Hey, bro, hear me out.
Okay.
We will have material gain, bro. Come on. That's what a government prints money. So if my kingdom not of this world, then the money of this world won't consist of me. I would be creating a government that's going to print our own money. That's way bigger than having this money. But see, at the same time, it's different stroke for different folks. When the disciples came together, they put their resources together. This is in the scriptures. But at the same time, you got to understand, what I'm doing is a judgment. I ain't got nothing of this kingdom. This kingdom has nothing to do with me. This kingdom was set up to oppress me and deprive me from what I'm really supposed to have. So I'm not talking about owning acres. I'm talking about owning seas, states, continents. That's a whole different kind of talk. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, like, cause man, I walked away from 6 figures, 7 figures. I walked away from owning a business. I walked away from this to do these things. So I'm just not, I let people get straight. I'm not a bum just mad at America and just need, because they ain't gonna give me my little pennies. I can go get paper. Papers at this time, in this time of age, anybody can make money. You can make millions right now. But you know what you will never escape? the oppression of not knowing and the oppression of the government. Everybody wants to know. Everybody hates being lied to. And we all have been lied to. So to give life back to our generation that's going to proceed after us, the government is the best thing we can do. That's the best riches I can hand over to millions of people than my paper money can ever do for people. You know,
I think
that's
that
why we
plan.
got to understand.
I like the
You know,
concept of it. I don't think it's very practical. I think it's going to be easier said than done. Because again, first thing you learn about government is that no matter what, if you don't have an army to enforce that government, like there are countries right now that are struggling to get recognized, that can't get recognized because they're not because the fundamental nature of reality, the power, the basic fundamental of masculine energy, what makes the masculine energy masculine, it's its ability to provide consequences. That's the only thing that makes something masculine. If it can't provide if it can't say don't do that and then you do it and then there's a consequence, then you have no power. So that's even if you are right. And the only reason why I say is that I've watched hours and hours of videos of people who have been sovereign citizens, straw men, and have been correct with the law. And the judge just says, okay, all right, cool, take them away. And you go to jail. And it's like, okay, you were right, but now you're right in jail. And it's like, what are you going to do? If you don't have an army that says,
but you got to understand that
okay,
when you go sovereignty is not about individual. That's why when I have the conversation about people going sovereignty, you're right. A government, they can't do that. Like right now, you can't take the Pope to court right now. The Pope is above the court. The Pope if the Pope go to court, it's a certain court that he got to go to. And it's very hard to get this court to even do it. So if the Pope is a regular man and can have that power on earth, you can't tell me I'm a God, I got Christ consciousness, and I cannot attain that power. That would be ludicrous. Now, like I said, because of your position, you have certain tactics, which I don't disagree with. That's because of your position. This is why I sit in the position of David. None of David's brothers told him he was able to defeat the giant. They all told him, David, look, bro, this giant has been king for many years. Your little bitty ass cannot walk up there to that giant and knock him down. You must be crazy, David. This is what David's brothers told him. But David
I see.
was
So
like,
you work more in the magic of God of like,
no,
nigga.
hold on, stop.
Okay.
Because no, I'm only using the parable to bring you because I gave you a lot of details. Like right now.
Well, okay. So hold on.
Hold up. No, because I want you to get lost in the parables. Because do you know anything about the siege of Magdala?
The siege of Magdala. No, educate me.
No, you don't. Yeah. Now all this is tied to the case. But when a lawyer presents a case, sometimes the person the lawyer defending, they don't even know. They just hoping the lawyer can win. They like, man, I need you on my case, lawyer. David is that lawyer. David is the one who understands the case. David is the one that can prove to the prosecutors that this case is valid. David is the Johnny Cochran. So I'm just not up
So
here.
this is what I'm confused about. This is what I'm confused about in your analogy. You said in your analogy, you said I'm like David, and then you said nobody told David that he could defeat the Goliath, and so that led me to believe that his brothers. Cool. Okay, cool. My point in that is that when you said that, it led me to believe that you were saying that to state the fact that, like, one, David knew something they didn't. But the reality of it is that the reason why the brothers were saying that it couldn't be done is because they were all thinking logically about how it's not going to be possible. This rock is no way it's going to be feasible, right? So that's the logical, that's the masculine way. He was saying, you know what? No, I know my God. I know what the power that he gave me. I don't even need a sword. I don't even need armor. So that's him bypassing logic, because logic would say protect yourself, guard yourself. He put that down. And he said, you know what? I'm just going to take God. That's the feminine. So that in my mind, that's the way that I see it. So when I said that you took the God avenue or the magic avenue, to me, that's what David did. Now, let me give you the flip side of that, the version of me that I feel like. You ever heard the story of Ehud in the Bible?
Ehud? Nah, I might.
Yeah, of course you haven't. No, so I'm fucking with you. Ehud is the dude in the Bible. He was a man that God trained to be an assassin to go kill a king. So this was the first story that I read in the Bible that kind of fucked my head up because I'll tell you why when I get to the point. But basically, Ehud is a dude that there was apparently a greedy king. There's a name in the Bible, and God wanted him basically xed out. So he basically trains Ehud to become a master manipulator, teaches him how to wear his sword on the opposite side, teaches him how to present himself as a messenger. So then when he goes up to the guards, he says, "Hey, I have a message from God. I need to deliver it to the king." The king's on the shitter. He says, "Hey, I heard you have a message from me." He says, "Yes, I do. It's from God." Opens the door, stabs him, rips his guts open, and then he escapes. And then he brings his army in, an army of 10,000, in to take over the base. That's the basic story. The part of my head that fucked up when I read that story, I resonated with it at the end, but the part that fucked me up was I was like, in those moments where he was getting the downloads on how to manipulate the enemy, how to lie to him, where to cut him at. How was he able to discern whether or not that information was coming from God or the devil? That was my initial my initial question. And my mentor at the time, I was 22 at the time, I'm 30 now. But at the time, I was like, yo, explain this to me because this nigga, God sounds like the devil. He's literally like, what's the difference in how he prepped Ehud to go and kill a king because he was allegedly greedy, which is just an opinion of the writer, versus a gang member grooming up a kid to go shoot up a school or go shoot a principal. So that really, I had to discern that for a while. But my whole point in mentioning that is that at the end of the day, that's who I resonate with. And he has a very logical plan of action. He had to get trained logically to deal with the enemy, as opposed to David. He just had to have faith, and the faith just activated whatever he needed to make this shit work.
No, because David had already defeated the lion and somebody else that has attacked the people. So David was already a fighter for the people. So it's the same story. Really, what you said was the same story. Like what I say, the Bible is stories that have one meaning about the time of God appointed time. See, all these biblical stories that we read is connected to an appointed time of when these things gonna actually take place. So, but it's the same, but because when David brothers told him, David, look, man, you're too small. You're not strong enough for the giant. David said, this giant gonna be just like the lion and the bull who I cast away from the people. So David had already had works to prove, like, oh, this shit from God. I see my strength. That's like somebody who could jump high. Until you put a goal in a basketball and he jump and just do something, you're like, oh shit, I got a gift.
But the thing that makes the thing that makes David's story way more significant is the fact that all of his feats were feats that he bypassed the laws of reality. He wasn't the man that his natural stature, if he was a human being, no matter how much courage you have, you're not going to be able to take a lion. But he was. So Goliath, no matter how much faith you have, hey, I'm going to go out there and get him. No, you're not, unless you're David. So my point is that you're right. David, he did have a proven track record, which serves as a data point.
David and Elihu are the same people. It just represents a servant that God uses to do the work of God. That's it.
Well, they represent different sides of the same God. Because again, the Bible says that God says that I create both good and evil. So this goes back to my point when I was interpreting Ehud. It's like, how do you know which one is good and which one's evil? And it's like, you don't sometimes, because God creates both of them. So sometimes in your mind, for example, this is what I always say, like, let's say our people, me, you, our tribe, we had our beautiful kingdom, everything. White people came, took the shit, threw us into captivity, right? And now we're the warriors and we're sitting here strategizing about how we're going to get free. It's like, okay, well, in our civilization, in our life, we didn't kill each other. These were sins. We didn't steal. We didn't lie. We didn't need to because we were one. We almost had a hive mind borderline. Right? But now,
we didn't live like that.
Huh?
We didn't live like that.
Are you saying there was no unity?
Hell no. Why you think they was able to come take it? Man,
because we were. I believe. Well, let me answer that question because I don't think that's tied together.
No, because the Bible say our kings did evil in God's eyes. We didn't have righteous kings. We didn't have a righteous kingdom. We had an evil kingdom. That's why I was taking over.
I wouldn't classify it as evil. I would say that we were sinful, and so it fell. But just like David was sinful and he fell. David was sinful, did some fucked up shit, some really fucked up shit, but he's still a man after God's own heart. That doesn't change about him, because Solomon, again, another man, incredibly powerful individual, fell for a woman, sacrificed to a god. Same thing. They fall out of grace, but that doesn't mean that they were evil. It means they were man.
Correct. So that's allegory for the lineage of these people. That's allegory. That's when you deal with the Bible stories, you have the allegory of the fall, then you have the allegory of the rise. Christ is the seed of David. So it's telling you when Christ come at a later time, from that seed, he will restore the throne of David. So, but we don't understand the allegory. So yeah, you are right. There was men and they were sinful. We didn't have righteous kings. Most of our kings were sinful, which is why other nations was able to come in and destroy us, because we was already divided. So right now, this is the restoration and the restore of a generation of people who we know nothing about. And we don't know nothing about them, because if we ever find out, we gonna want to restore these people. But they don't teach us about these people. They teach us about Moses, which ain't real.
Okay, wait. Make sure I'm keeping up with you. Who are the people you're saying that you're saying us, and then you're saying the people that we want to restore?
These people, but this is the house of David. This is what the house of when the Bible talk about the house of David, it's talking about these people and there's some people that came before these people. But all we know is David. David ain't real. The house of David is. But David ain't real, because David means beloved one. Abraham, beloved one. So what the colonizers did, they took the information and taught us about the characters. They didn't teach us about the people. That's why none of us know nothing about the Solomonic dynasty, and nobody knows about the house of David. And this is a royal priesthood. This is a black ancient royal priesthood from East Africa, and no black historian has ever taught about it.
So here's my question. So I'll say this: I don't know anything about that, right?
I know you don't.
However, I still reached Christ's consciousness.
No. Christ is not a consciousness. Christ is a person. It's a title for a person that God.
Correct. I agree with that. The first one was Jesus Christ. When Jesus Christ was here as Christ.
Jesus Christ never came.
He never existed. That's colonized information. That's colonized information.
Now I would have to. I need you to unravel that, because I'm somebody that used to not even believe in the Bible, and I discovered it through a scientific way that proved that he at least existed.
When did Jesus Christ come?
So I'm curious to hear this then.
When did Jesus Christ come then?
Was it 8 AD, something like that?
Do you know who created those dates?
I mean, the same people that manage time. I don't disagree that there's been a manipulation in scripture, but I don't believe that part has been manipulated though.
Yeah, they manipulated the time of when Christ came.
Even in the Ethiopian Bible, he's dated to live at the same date.
It's also in the Bible that they changed times and laws.
Correct. So my point, and again, going back to my point I just made, even in the Ethiopian Bible, he still existed. In every text.
There's no dates in any Bible. There's no dates.
Hey, if you get the Ethiopian Bible, brother, there's no New Testament in this book. So the New Testament is a rewrite of the Old. It's the Joseph story that Moses taught us in Egypt. When they crucified Joseph and they sent him to Egypt and he became the king.
Which Joseph are we talking about?
There's only one Joseph. It's just the Joseph in Genesis. So in the last days, Moses told us.
Joseph, but okay.
I'm giving you a mystery.
Go ahead.
Joseph, in the last days in Genesis 49, Moses explains what's going to take place in the last days concerning Jacob's children. Now, Joseph is the one the stone come from. Christ, Joseph and Mary. These are allegory stories that Moses taught us way back then. The serpent on the pole. That's Christ on the pole. Just as Moses put the snake on the pole and lifted up, so must the Son of Man be lifted up. So Moses been taught about the Christ. Moses been taught about the crucifixion, but Moses was writing a vision.
So what makes you, the part that's confusing for me is that what makes you discern, because there are moments where you refer to aspects of the Bible, and then there are moments where you discredit things that are in the Bible. So what makes you discern the difference? You're saying Jesus is not even a real person. So I'm like, that there's...
because the Bible say Abraham is allegory. The Abraham 2 wives is allegory.
What do you mean the baby? What do you mean the Bible says that?
If you go to Galatians 4:22, I think it's 4:22.
Let me pull it up real quick.
Okay, so it says Moses was writing in allegory. Moses spoke in parables. So Moses wasn't writing a historical story.
Galatians what?
4:24. Wait, I actually need to start at verse 23.
Okay.
No, I know you might need to start at 22 just to get the whole. Yeah, start at verse 22. Okay. And read the 24. I can read it or you can read it. It don't matter.
Let me see. 22 through 24. For it is written that Abraham had 2 sons, one by the slave woman and the other by the free woman. His son by the slave woman was born according to the flesh, but his son by the free woman was born as a result of a divine promise. These things are being paused because I already see it now. Well, let me see.
No, you gotta read it. Now read it.
No. I'm already because I'm sorry. No. This is what it is. I'm reading it, and AI is showing me the context, saying that it's an allegory to compare 2 covenants. So I'm like, oh shit.
Oh yeah. So now. Yeah. Who is the messenger of the new covenant? Christ.
Paul. Oh.
Oh. Hell no.
I'm thinking New Testament. Go ahead. Okay, so wait. So
the messenger of the new covenant, because our forefathers broke the first covenant that Moses broke.
Who wrote the book? First of all, who wrote the book of Galatians? Who's the one talking when this is being said? Who's the one giving this covenant?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The New Testament is a rewrite of the Old. That's why the New Testament was written by the Greeks. The New Testament is.
But when you say the Old, you're not saying the Old Testament, are you?
Yeah, because
you're saying just the thing previous before.
Well, yeah, like.
Help me understand that when you say the Old.
It's no old and new. The new is when Christ come in the last days. So the old and new that they set up, that's a part of the crafted.
It's not the real.
Yeah, it's not the real because they want you to think Christ came 2,000 years ago.
Council of Nicaea shit.
Correct. You see what I'm saying? So they give you an old and new as if the new already came. So we're not even in the mind frame to receive the new song.
We're not even living in the right time, quote unquote, as we're supposed to.
As you're supposed to, yeah.
I understand that. Now I am curious. General question: How do you know what time we're actually in? And are we far back and we're supposed to be? Or are we too far ahead?
They took us.
Because in my mind, I felt
no. We too far ahead. They took us back to the future. You're supposed to go forward, not backwards. You got me?
Okay, I got you.
Know what I'm saying? Yeah,
because you got to go back to go forward. So they took us forward to go back.
Correct. They lied to us. No, correct. They took us backward so we can go forward in a false sense. That's why they took us, because the Bible is a future prophecy. They took the future and put it in the past. So now, in your mind, you're going back to the future when you're supposed to be going forward into the future. You're going backwards.
Now, I'm curious. How does that change my trajectory if I'm still going to the place that I'm desiring, whether it's past or future?
Because the Christ that you thought walked 2,000 years ago is walking the earth right now. The Christ you thought was walking the earth back then, because everybody know he had to walk the earth to walk with Peter and all the rest of the disciples. But we can't. He's walking the earth right now. We can't grasp that because again they took us backwards.
Now hold on. But follow me as the individual. I came to that same conclusion that Christ is here right now, while also coming to the conclusion that I was going back to go forward, because I felt like we are actually living in the future, but they're presenting things like we're living in the past to make us move slower than we're actually supposed to be. And as we increase our vibration, we're going to enter into new frequencies where we're going to kind of start getting access to things. Like, it's almost like, imagine if all the futuristic devices, gadgets, or time travel, all that shit's been here, but it's just been kept from us. And then it's like the iPhone was really made 100 years ago, but they gave it to us 50 years ago to make it think that, oh, look at how much we advanced. That's where I've been led to believe up until this point, which makes sense to me. But I've also learned, because I always think about too, when you think about places like Atlantis and Lemuria and Tartaria, it's like these places were more advanced and evolved. So again, they're presenting the illusion as we're moving forward that we're getting more evolved, when technically we're going back to how things used to be.
A new heaven and a new earth is what the Bible speak of.
Right.
So the creation that Moses talked about in Genesis is the new creation that God revealed to him. That's why Moses talked about the appointed time, because Moses was revealed the appointed times. And the appointed times have a beginning. And just like these times have an end. So the end is the new beginning, when God is above the watered down information, aka the dark waters. So right now we all in the dark waters. That's why we all must humble ourselves as children in these times.
Right.
Because we all in the dark waters. Because shit, I was born just like you was born. You know, you was born in the world I was born in. We weren't born in different worlds. We was told the same lie. We went to the same schools. We was taught the same curriculums. And all that is the dark waters. So unless it's being given to us by the Spirit, and the Bible is the basic instructions of how we receive information from the Spirit of God. This is what the Bible is, the basic instructions. They took the basis and made it so complicated. So we got a simple scripture that we tell everybody: my sheep hear my voice. Nobody heard Christ's voice, but everybody following Christ.
So what's the solution to being able to have the discernment of knowing what in the Bible is applicable and which parts have been used for manipulation?
Nobody can teach the Bible except the Christ. Because
how do you get to the Christ?
Because the Bible is a vision, it's not a teaching. So the one who fulfills it, he opens it up to give you the understanding, because you are connecting to the happening. The Bible is not, that's why you can't put no private interpretation on the prophecy, as the scripture tells you.
So what's the difference in the people that claim they have Christ versus people that are on your level of Christ?
Because they actually have heard Christ's voice. They actually have received the unsealed portion from Christ. Christ have the unsealed.
But technically by that law, there's no way for the outside to actually know who has more Christ, because everyone's claiming that they're hearing the voice.
Oh no. That's what I'm saying. The enlightenment is a clear distinction. That's why, like the Bible say, man can't pray or prophesy and having his head.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I do think it's a very clear distinction when you actually hear the voice. But my point of it is, there's no way for you to judge on the outside of that voice, because both people are saying, I've heard the voice.
The voice will have witnesses, though. Like, people will be able to witness who the voice is. So people who just
will be able to witness who the voice.
Yeah, people who just claiming it,
social proof, pretty much.
Huh? Matter of fact, angels. So you gotta understand, just as Christ is on earth, the angels are here too. So the angels gonna also be testifying to him. Now all angels, because some angels gonna get their candlesticks taken. It'll tell you in Revelations. Your candlestick will be taken if you don't accept the Spirit of God that's in the earth in the form of a voice. As Christ said, my words, they are spirit and they are life. So okay. So no, hold on.
Here's my question. So let's say you claim you have the voice, and then let's claim I meet someone on the street and he says, no, I actually have the voice. How do you expect me to figure out who really has the voice? Because
you got to be chosen by God. God chooses the witnesses also, just as God chooses Christ.
How am I going to figure out who has the voice?
Brother man, that just because the happening, you got two resurrections. The first resurrection is for Christ and the chosen ones, the elect ones of God. You got the second resurrection that the whole world gonna be a part of, because they gonna see what the chosen one and the elect ones have done. See, it's gonna be.
You're not answering my question.
The manifestation is gonna be for the whole world. So those who can't understand the invisible things that's happening by God, everybody gonna see the manifestation.
You're not answering my question.
Because like I said, if you're not chosen, you're not gonna know. That's
But
that's
hold on. Okay, so
that's your answer. That's it. You have to
So
be
if I
true.
so what your answer is that if I meet you on the street and I meet a random man on the street and both of you guys say you have the voice, you're saying that if I'm not chosen to be a judge, I won't be able to discern the difference between you two?
No, until the second
I
resurrection.
see.
Oh,
I
okay,
see.
because you got Cain and Abel was twins for a reason. Esau and Jacob is twins for a reason. They might look alike because they might be saying the same
But
thing.
hold on, because in the Bible, in the end
Hold on,
times,
bro, hold on,
but hold on, in the end
hold on.
times, what does
Let
God
me finish.
say? Go
Hold
ahead.
on. This break. When Moses came to Egypt, they couldn't discern if Moses was from God or if the musician was from God. Until what? The end. It's the same way. So I just want to give you that great example.
Wait. What you just say? You said Moses and the musician and the
Yeah,
physician?
yeah, because no, yeah.
No,
Every time
wait. All
Moses
right,
did
let's rewind.
something,
No, wait. What do you mean to the end? No, it wasn't to the end. It was like in that moment, they literally said, Moses turned the staff into a snake. And literally,
it's not the
and
story,
then the
bro. No.
physician did his magic and created a snake, but then Moses' snake ate his snake. So at every step, there was an actual physical thing that said, this is why I am the voice. And then just going back to my original point, in Revelations, it says that in the end times, you will know me by my works. So when the Spirit of Christ is in you, what that means is I don't have to talk. And in fact, I bet he's going to surprise everybody because he's probably so tired of talking. He sees how many people just bicker and argue and talk and just he's like, nigga, I've already paid the price. I'm not saying shit to y'all. When I come back, it's all right, pencils up. Ain't no more teachings. You either got it or you don't. And so
Brother,
when
Christ's words is spirit.
what does
So
that mean?
you have to hearken to the voice to get the spirit. So it's not gonna go the way you want it to go. It's gonna
What are
go
you
the
talking
way
about?
God wants it to go.
Yeah, but you also have like the idea that what you want and what God want can't be aligned once you reach a certain level of relationship with God is
What level do you have though? Because you keep claiming that you got a level. What level are you
I
on? Are you Christ?
I the same level that you guys believe that you're on. It's no different.
So you're Christ.
Yes.
So what are you doing for the people?
But he just said
Well,
Christ
hold
when
on.
Christ
Don't
come
ask me that because I don't
back.
ask
So
because
you Christ, but you
we'll talk
believe
for
Christ
hours on
coming
that.
back. Hold
Say
on. So
again?
you Christ, but you believe Christ coming back?
No, he's already back, obviously.
No. Don't take what I say. I'm asking you a logical
No,
question.
nigga. No. Hold on. I was interviewing you. I was asking you to figure out where your head is at.
No.
You
Hold
never
on.
asked me where my head is at. So I'm telling you right now. Yes,
Hold on.
Christ been back because I'm him.
Okay. All right. But you
Yeah.
wait. But you said when he come back, he gonna do certain things. So why did you
No,
say
I was
that?
asking you. I was saying based off your logic. That's not what I believe.
But they're not
You
based
haven't
on
asked me
my
what I
logic.
believe yet.
I don't want to told you Christ was here. You
Hey,
said Christ
okay,
came. Okay,
you're
so the
saying,
one that came.
huh?
Hold on. So the one that came, is he coming back?
Yes, in a sense, yes. The consciousness is coming,
Oh
meaning
man,
the
y'all.
spirit that embodied that body is
Stop lying.
reincarnating back.
Stop lying to yourself, bro.
Okay,
Stop lying to yourself.
okay.
Did you have any other questions?
No, why did I rupture y'all spirits a little bit?
No, I just think that you want
Because he
to
walked off.
you're trying to be a hypocrite and act
I'm
like
trying to be a hypocrite.
kind of because
Why do I try to be a hypocrite?
you're acting like you're not portraying to be Christ when we know that only Christ.
I just said I am like 10 times. I don't know how many times you want me to say it. You're
So
saying I'm trying to.
if you're Christ, what are you doing to fulfill God's prophecy?
Well, so a lot of things, but for one, going back to what he said about the idea of being surrounded by your enemy territory, so I don't disclose exactly everything. But a lot of the questions that I was asking you guys in the beginning about poking holes, I asked because I'm already ahead of what you guys are doing or
That's
what you guys are
fine.
trying to do.
I'm
No,
just
no, no, no,
asking.
no. Hold on, pause. You asked me a question. You asked me, what am I doing? So now you can't get upset when you ask me a question and I answer it.
I'm not upset. Just answer the question.
I was, and you said that I was, and you started judging me for it. I was telling you what I did. I was telling you that the first thing I did was I already got my counsel. I've already got a group of people that I filtered through a system that have helped me identify if you're actually Christ conscious or if you're just talking it. We've already got a plan of action on how we plan on mass unifying the people. And also we developed a language and an app so that we can operate covertly so that we don't have to broadcast what we're doing to people. We can still recruit We have our digital currency that's already working on the back end as well. We're going to integrate that to the app next month. We've got businesses that we have backing the currency that we're using, so it's not just backed off of fluff. We've got a book on humanology the concept that I designed that helps people learn how to grade where they are as far as their journey of human evolution from being a baby to being a god. The book helps people, one, grade themselves as a 300 question assessment that you take that helps rank you in 10 different categories. They're designed to help you understand what your general archetype is. And then within that archetype, you have a class from baby level to God level. There are individual things you can do to evolve. We have it completely outlined. So yeah, we pretty much our purpose, what we believe our purpose was to create the bridge for heaven on earth. So to take the people who need to rise up, who are asleep, there are people that are more awake than others and people that are more asleep than others. So we want to create almost like an assembly line or a grade level system where based on your level of sleepness or based on your level of wokeness, we have a curriculum for you that whenever you are ready to take that next journey, you have a mentor that can guide you on your steps to help you evolve to that next level. And the goal is for you to eventually graduate. Once you graduate, you become once you're a god, you pretty much go towards building the kingdom and growing your classroom.
Basically, you got a Mason. You got kind of like what the Masons got set up. Okay, which is good. Okay, but look at this. How can that help? How can we put that under our own government?
Well, for one, you make sure the app is decentralized. So using the Starlink.
We talking about real life, not an app.
No. But hold on. But here's what I'm saying. I've designed a way. I've designed a way for you to build your own nation through an app. So
not on an app.
Bro. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
That's a strategy to build a nation, but that's not how you build a nation. Not on an app. That's a good strategy. You got some good points. But it ain't nothing but it's organized.
Well, hold on. Before we even have a conversation on what it takes to build a nation, I would have to assess what your rubric is and what you're categorizing as a nation. Because I've already done the work and broken the categories down and figured out what actually makes a fundamental nation. So,
okay. How you gonna build a nation without judgment?
Hold on, pause. I just said that you have to take a 300 question assessment where we judge how asleep or awake you are.
Brother man,
that's the entrance exam. That's the judgment.
We are in the same.
Hold on. Pause. Hold on. Wait. Let's slow things down a little bit. I appreciate you guys trying to poke holes in my idea and my vision, but we're good.
You've been poking holes all day.
No. Listen. Hold on. I'm agreeing. I'm not upset at all. I'm not saying you can't poke holes in it. What I'm saying is what we're doing is already working and we're getting results.
Bro, let's just. Nobody ever poke holes. I actually gave you acknowledgement to say, bro, you got some great points. So to say we are poking holes, all I simply asked you was,
you just said you can't build a kingdom. You can't build a kingdom without judgment. So that's a poking a hole. If I explain what my kingdom is, and then you say you can't do that, that's poking a hole, which I'm okay with.
Brother man, you're not gonna overtalk me, bro. We listened to you, we heard your points, and we told you they was good points. But what you don't understand is all you doing is raising people up and sending them out in the society based off your judgments. You put a course together, and then you judging them based off their answers like it's a school. You set up a school in this government. That's all. You set up a school under the Roman Empire. So all I asked you was, how do you put that under our government? That's all I asked you. And you said something about a website. An app. An app is a tool that we use to gather people, but an app can't build a nation. You know how many nations were built without an app? It's the app. Apps should be tools. These platforms are tools. This is a tool right now, me and you use it to communicate. I'm trying to see how we can communicate outside of this tool so we can move forward for the people. To see what you got, see what I got, and see how can we merge it for the betterment of a government that we should be trying to set up. But you're not hearing that part. You just hearing we trying to critique or poke holes into. I'm a grown man. I ain't gotta come poke holes at another man, bro. That ain't my stilo. And you on mute, come off mute, and answer the question. How do you put what you got under a government of our own? You got to hit the mute button. You on mute, bro. You got to hit the mute button and come off mute. You're on mute. Oh, we up here trying to critique or poke holes in another man. We up here trying to unify our people.
Hold on. But iron sharp is iron.
Okay, bro. Okay, but tell me how can you put what you got?
Okay, now hold on. I'm gonna get back to it because I was already talking about it. I didn't realize I was muted, so I'm gonna get back to it. Okay.
No.
Hold on. I'm gonna answer your question. I will answer your question because I paused. You paused. I was literally talking and I didn't know I was muted. So I heard what you're asking. Here's my answer. In the very, very beginning, 4 years ago when I first started this project, I was just like you. I was putting myself out there doing podcasts, saying we're looking for people for our group. Okay, we started off, we had 5 people that I assessed at the time based on what I believe God was guiding me and Christ was guiding me. These people are on my frequency. Boom, let's get started. We developed a strategy. Well, one thing, we were all in different states. We lived in different states. So we have moments, we have scheduled meetups, but we're not with each other every day. So we wanted a way to be able to work, plan, and schedule stuff without having to go to Google and use something that someone else had an app for. Okay, so we built our own app. Listen, I'm helping. Hold on. Again, I'm giving you the backstory because you're saying we can all come together, and what I'm saying is I've already done all that.
Man, just like you cut me off earlier and say you preaching to the crowd, I know all that. Tell me how can you put what you got under our government?
What do you mean our? Whose government?
The government we created. Because right now,
who's we? Y'all?
Yes.
Why would I put my shit under y'all?
Your shit is under the Romans.
It's under the Roman Catholic.
The Roman Catholic Church right now. So what you doing? What are you doing?
Hold on. See, okay. So this is the difference in our war strategy. No, hold on, wait. This is the difference in our war strategy. Difference in our war strategy is that you're trying to break down an old system to bring up a new one. I'm saying that old system can do whatever the fuck it's going to do. Because if I control the resources, if I control the guns, if I control the infrastructure, if I already have my team of governments in place and I have my own system, then they can't do shit. They can't touch my people. Because guess what? We have 15,000 people who are registered as citizens in our app that we have as a video game. That if any moment you catch the police and they get arrested unjustly, we've got people that have joined our app who work for certain police departments. We can figure out where he lives and we can be like, okay, he wants to harass you. Okay, we got people who are in gangs. We've got people that are organized. We've got very powerful people that are like, hey, we got someone harassing one of our citizens, and they will go pay him a visit. So we have our own army. So we have a way to, because the thing of it is that.
So what? So you telling me he gonna go do something to the citizen, and then the other police get him and take him to the courthouse? They're gonna treat him wrong.
Where's the army?
What are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about?
Hold up. That's just like Young Thug for existence. You know, Young Thug saying his lawyer got him out 15 years probation, right?
Okay.
Hold up.
What are you saying? What point are you making?
You know how many people have been to court, especially Africans, and got sentenced falsely, got sentenced wrong, got sentenced harshly. You know how many other nations go,
and we're growing.
You know how many other nations go in court and they don't get.
We've got judges, we've got police officers, we have assassans, we've got scholars, we've got teachers. So we're growing. So the point of it is this. So we're going to become.
So tell us. So you saying, are you creating a government then, right? That's what you're doing, right? You creating a government then, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, why you just ain't say that?
Because he ain't.
You didn't ask.
Because he's not.
See what I'm saying, bro? You see,
what do you mean?
Like, hold up, just like what the man is saying, it's not other people. We tearing our own people down.
What are you talking about?
Now, if this brother was starting a government, he'll be like, okay, brother, you know that's what I'm on too. We can see how we can work together. So what you want? You want me to come under your government?
I did that a long time ago.
Okay. So you want me to come under your government and take your test, right?
I don't want you to do anything. That's the whole purpose of our vision. I'm telling you right now. Our entire brand is that we're not trying to persuade nobody. If we got to persuade you, we don't want you.
Hey, we worried about your brand. So since you are doing
that, about my brand. I'm a brand master. That's how I make that's my success, my purpose. Brand, don't worry about branding. Trust me, I'm a brand master. I could take your brand right now. I could make a brand for you right now and help you generate as many people as far
Hey,
as
brother man.
leads,
Hey, guess
as far
what?
as income. So I'm brand. Don't worry about
Hey,
branding
hey,
shit.
hey, brother
My
man.
point
Hey,
of it
guess
is that I built a brand
Hey,
where I'm not trying to teach nobody nothing. The teaching season's over with.
calm down, bro, calm down. You're not the only brand master. They got other people that brand real good. Matter of fact, the
I
white
hear
man
you.
one of the best. The white man one of the best brand masters in the world. Look
Okay,
at what he
you're not
did.
wrong about that. You're not
So,
wrong about that.
so I know I'm not wrong. So being a
Yeah,
brand master,
but I'm
okay,
better.
bro, good. That's why I was
But I'm
asking
better because
you.
I'm Christ-like, and I'm a brand master.
Okay, brother, man. I see this conversation went left, man. But
No, I didn't
read
go
that
left.
behind
We in
us.
the
Hey, read
Go
that
ahead.
behind us, and you continue with your what do you got? Matter of fact, let everybody know the website. So well, you
The
say it's
app.
private. You say the app private, so we all can't come on
Correct.
there. So
Correct. Yeah.
So how we get in touch with you? How
yeah,
we
how do we get on the app? Can we get on the app?
On personal
Hold on,
relationship
matter of fact,
only. So you have.
hold up. According to your scale, are we Christ-like?
You on a level, yeah. I wouldn't. Well, one, I wouldn't be able to tell just from this conversation. What I can say is that you are probably in the 80 percentile of the entire world as far as Christ consciousness. The rest of the test would probably assess where you would fall if you can be at 80, 90, 95, whatever the case is. But I can't figure that out off the top of
So,
the head.
so when Christ come back, what's gonna be his measurement?
When I am Christ, what are you talking about? You asked me the same question again.
No, because
The
you said,
measurement is my test.
hold up, brother, hold up. You said Christ. You said the 2,000-year-old Christ coming back.
I am back. My soul is back. My spirit is back. I'm back on earth. I don't know how many times you want.
Peace, brother.
Yeah, you out of here, bro. See how you when you let people talk long enough, they talk themselves in a circle and they step on their own words. You know. Now I was saying how to build with the brother, but when you lie, just blatantly lie because you don't want to be wrong, and that's why we can't build a kingdom. That's why we can't move forward. People are selfish and lovers of theyself. He never once spoke about unity. All he spoke about what he was doing. What's going on? Peace.
What's up, man? I'm sorry, bro. I don't know what the hell was that conversation with that guy. I'm so sorry I had to witness that. I don't think there's any level to anything about when it comes to consciousness. I think that's I don't agree with that guy. I don't agree with that guy. First of all, thank you for your energy, guys. I really love your content and everything. I just want to exchange and no ego here. Just want to evolve together and just learn from each other.
Okay. What you got?
Yeah. So when you say like nobody can teach the Bible except the Christ, where for you Christ started with? Like where's the origin of Christ for you guys?
Where's the version of Christ? Christ is a living vessel who God anoints.
Of the Christ. What's the origin of the Christ for you guys?
Christ is a living vessel who God chooses. That's the origin of Christ.
Okay, so when you say like, do you believe like Yeshua was the version of it, or it was a name given to him by something that was already created in the ancient world?
Well, no, the Yahshua was the allegory version of when Christ came. It's not the story of when Christ came. It's the story of how Christ comes.
Yeah. Okay. So when you say Christ is coming, what do you mean by that? When Christ will be back?
Well, Christ is a living vessel that God chooses from among the people. Christ is a raised up vessel from among the people.
So it will be collectively.
No, right? it will be a Moses, it will be a Noah, it will be a son of man who God anoints.
Okay, but when you talk about Noah and Moses, they're all story that came from ancient text that was literally like recopied text from Mesopotamia. So what do you mean by that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Christ is not copy stories. It's a allegory story.
No, I didn't say Christ was a copy. I said the story of.
I know. No, that's what I'm saying. No, those are allegory stories about Christ. Moses is a representation of Christ. Noah is a representation of Christ. That's why it's written, as in the days of Noah, so will it be when? In the days of the Son of Man.
Okay, but Noah, if you really look at history, is a copy from the Epic of Gilgamesh.
These scriptures come from Ethiopia, East Africa. They were stolen by the Roman Catholic Church in 1868.
Exactly. I agree with that. Yeah. So So you know that the story of Noah is literally a copy from ancient texts, from what you heard.
That's what I'm saying. No, it's an allegory about the day of Christ.
Okay, I agree with that. So we're on the same page, honestly, about that. I think there's a misconception about this new age spirituality, which we all about, like what the guys say, like we all level and we all some different level. There's no level for that. And reincarnation, I think it's a trap that this new age come from. And when you look at ancient story, reincarnation is a soul trap. So when Yeshua come here teach us about what God's like is to be, there is no separation, because when you look at the Bible, they say God is not a man nor a son of man. God is a spirit. So when we look at that, we can look at the fact that when we are connected with God, this is where our true essence is with, and hell is a separation from God.
Well, bro, I want to ask, do you believe in the Bible?
I don't believe the full story of the Bible, because I believe in Yeshua, I believe in his words. I believe there's a lot of apocryph that was lost from his word, that was controlled by the Catholic Church. But I believe in some of the metaphor of the Bible. Of course, I believe in it. Yeah.
Okay, so what's your interpretation of the only way through the Father is through the Son?
No, I don't believe in the Trinity of the.
Well, no, I asked about the Trinity. I ain't asking.
Sorry, what you said?
Well, I ain't asking about the Trinity. I'm saying the only way through the Father is through the Son. That's not the. I'm not speaking of the Trinity.
Okay, so when Jesus said, "No one comes to the Father except through me," so I am the way, I'm the light. No one comes to the Father except through me. It's an amazing way of saying, like, be like me. Like, be like, follow my steps. There is no place in the Bible which Yeshua tell us to worship him. Not a single verse in the Bible that Yeshua tell us to worship him.
Well, I'm not.
I am the truth. And a lot of times you say, the kingdom of heaven is within you. I said, truly, ye are gods. So I'm not saying I am God, I am the creator. I'm not saying my personal self is God. I'm saying God is a spirit, and the spirit lives in me, which Yeshua tells a lot in the story. So the Bible, when you look at the story of the Bible, it was the Greek translation got into different type of mentality with the Augustine, the fathers and everything, but they create a story that was not the foundation of what Jesus was actually saying. Like Jesus saying he's God, he's not. There is not a single time say I am God.
Well, brother man, like
I am.
Like I get those things, but how can we follow somebody that we never seen, and the only time we know about them is in a book? How can you follow that person? Because some people say Jesus did this, some people say Jesus did this, but nobody has clarity of what Jesus did unless they see Jesus.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, but a lot of people are basing their information as if it's what Jesus did, but how do we know what Jesus did if we don't have Jesus? So that means the Bible say, let every man be a liar. So anybody that's talking about Jesus Christ would be a liar, because they don't know Jesus Christ. They just talking about what they read.
Yeah.
But they don't really know Jesus Christ. So okay, so that's why we say Christ is a living vessel that comes from among the people. And we use this proven scripture as Christ is a high priest who comes from the people. So Christ is not a deity that came at a certain time and now his information is only in the book. That's not what Christ is. That's what religion teaches us. Yeah. Christ is a living anointed vessel of God. And when he brings forth God, he will be a conqueror. Christ is the conquering lion. So if you have this spirit of God, you will also have the actions of a conqueror. Nobody will be able to conquer you. You will be able to conquer things because of the name you come in.
Of this world. But we are leaders. We are not followers of Christ. We are leaders of the Christ.
No. You are leaders with Christ.
That too.
Yeah.
But Christ, Jesus want to create leaders. He didn't want to create followers so we can worship him, because no place in the Bible said that.
Well,
so
I agree.
When you look like, and I agree with you, and I agree with everything you said. By the way, I really love you. I'm not here to debate whatever you're saying. Just trying to learn from each other again. But when you look at the story of Krishna has the exact same story on every single cell as the story of Jesus, with some differences, you know? So when you say like, oh, when you don't know the Christ until you're not like connected with the Christ of Jesus and everything, you can say the same thing when you put, I will say, Krishna into your world. You don't believe it, then you believe, you start to chant, you start to pray, then you're gonna witness Krishna in your mind, and it's gonna create this reality that it is true. The same happened with Jesus, the same would happen with Allah, the same would happen with everything you believe in. This is a state of consciousness. So I was a follower of the Bible for a lot of time until I get into a space of I can not only understand the astral plane, but understand that the astral plane is actually everything that get us to believe in something. Like the Gnostic texts tell us about the fact that wherever you believe in something, you give it power to that thing. So there's no God that we need to worship. We need to realize that the vessel, like you said, is like God is a spirit. It's not something we need to worship.
Well, yeah, that's why I say, man, we not here. Christ, like none of the disciples worship Christ, and worship is a form of accepting word. It's not bowing down and kissing your feet. So if you accept Christ's word, you're worshiping God, because Christ's words are spirit. As the book tells you, the words that I speak, they are spirit. So that's why you have to accept Christ's words. And if you accept Christ, you are accepting God. The same as the same thing that Christ said, you don't reject me, you reject the one who sent me. So if Christ is in front of you, you'd be like, I don't believe you, Christ. You're not rejecting that person. You're rejecting the one that sent that person. So, you know, that's why I say I definitely get what you're saying. You know, Christ is not really here to be worshiped. Christ is here to bring you back to God. But a lot of people don't understand that Christ didn't come 2,000 years ago. The Christ story was for the last days when a generation is ready to be brought back to God. That's what Christ is.
Yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So we just been lied to, and the story been watered down so much. And this what made Christ a fisherman of men. Because the devil have watered down God's story, everybody is drowning in the watered down information. So Christ is a fisherman of men. You see what I'm saying? So if Christ is a fisherman, and if Christ made other fishermen, then Christ is just not a consciousness. It's an actual person who fish out the people who are drowning in information.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. But what is the definition of the devil for you, and what happened? Like, because in the Bible, it's pretty crystal clear of the judgment day. What is it that you believe in that if you don't accept Christ as your Lord and Savior, where you going? Like, because it's all metaphoric in the Bible. There's no such thing as burning place. Like, what is your take on that?
Oh yeah, that's why the truth gonna burn you up. It's not an actual physical burn. That's why I say my word is like fire. So the truth gonna purify you and raise you up, or it's gonna burn you up and keep you down.
But there's no burning.
No, I'm not saying physical burning. You know, it's the same thing like Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne say he spit fire. It's the same parable, the same metaphor.
Okay, so where are you going when you die? Like, I don't want to. It's a personal thing. Like, but what's it? I will not say what do you. Like,
I don't know.
We don't have the answer.
Yeah, we don't have the answer to go when we die.
We don't have the answer. I just want to know, like, what's your understanding of that?
No, we don't. Mine's the same thing as yours. I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. Unless we died and came back. I ain't died and came back, so I don't know.
Okay. I will have a better question, because that's maybe that's not a yes or no question. Do you believe that you're not going with God if you're not accepting Jesus in your life?
Well, to really give you the whole truth about that, Christ is only for the angels. Christ is not for the people. The people don't have to accept Christ. That's one of the lies that we've been fed. The angels, the messengers of God, they have to accept Christ because they're giving out a message. And if they don't accept Christ, they're going to give out the wrong message. And this is what's going to condemn them. But the people, but at the same time, when it comes to the angels, see, that's the truth about Christ. Christ comes to redeem the angels of God, which are the messengers of God. So these are the people that have to accept Christ. People don't have to. Christ's going to be Christ regardless. For the people, they don't have nothing to do, but the messengers of God, everything is really on them.
Okay, I get where you're from, but with the, it's just because everything that is in the Bible is really like the dogma of accepting Jesus or going to a separation of God is. I feel like I understand your point, but like it doesn't answer my question to the fact that if people say that I'm not accepting Jesus as my Lord and Savior, which is kind of the word of the Bible, I mean,
they ain't gonna have a choice.
Separation from God.
Well, it's not because they're not going.
This is where it lost me. This is where it lost me because at the end of the day, the separation from God is literally what we're living right now. We are living in the separation of God on earth. We are living in the hell, in a metaphoric way, where we are disconnected from God. You can have spiritual experience, you can have spiritual thing, but when you look at the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, they're all saying the same thing about the fact that reincarnation is the process of going into a separation from God.
But I think you gotta understand that all those religions and practices and studies, they all believe like Christ is gonna come back and fulfill God's prophecy. They might think in a fairy tale way.
They said the same thing about Krishna. They said the same thing about Krishna. They said the same thing about every religion before the Bible. That's what I'm saying.
But you gotta understand, like before the Bible, God always anoints a living vessel. That's the order of God. So it's not about you having to believe in God because of a book. It's because God pours out his spirit onto the people. But this is going to happen in a specific time. So people in the past, they're only talking about something that's going to happen in the future. They're not talking about what they're doing. That's why all religions are false, because they're not coming in the fulfillment of the scriptures.
But then how do you know that scripture is correct? Because if you look at the Islam, they're saying the same thing about yours. So like what I mean by that is, how do you know that the scripture that was written was not the same entity that you're trying to run away from?
Because the scriptures don't lie. It's the people that pick up the scriptures that lie.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I want to answer also from you and your husband. Like, how can you believe that God is omnipotent, all living, all knowing, know the past, present, and future, right? Why will he give his words in the place of people that cannot write or read a word and know that the fact that his word is going to be mistranslated and it's going to come into war and division, because God will come into a place where people cannot even write his own words. So you said the scriptures. The scripture was written like century after is coming. So how can you say the scripture is true if it's coming into a place where people cannot even read or write?
Because God's word is not in a book. God's words come out of anointed person's mouth. So God's word is not the Bible. That's just the will of God. God puts the spirit into a living vessel to speak the word. So you have to go to a living vessel, a human being that God anoints to get the word of God. You don't get it from a book. That's why everybody has different interpretations, like you were talking about. So it's not about the book. The book doesn't have the power. It's the people that have the power.
So how come in the Islam is all different words with the same agenda?
Because the misinterpretation, the understand, man lacks understanding.
No. Because the word of God I don't believe in Islam, by the way. but the word of Islam was not even translated. It was the true scripture. So if it is true and the Abrahamic religion from all of your belief is true,
brother man,
the truth is your
true word.
The truth is God's word. The truth, not words that's on paper,
inside of a book.
The truth about the understanding of God, that's God's word. It doesn't come from a book. The book is just telling you what God will do. But you have to actually be a witness of what God does.
But yeah, I understand. I agree with you guys. Like I agree with you 100%. Like, so, but you just said the truth reside in the scriptures.
I never said that. I never said that. No.
Okay, my bad. But,
the truth does not rely in the scriptures. The truth does not rely in the scripture. It relies in the anointed person that God anoints.
Okay, so can you say at some extent that the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita had some space in God expression in it?
I don't get what he's saying. What is that?
These are the two books that represent Hinduism.
God is not in a book. That's why I keep trying to get you to understand. Like God.
No, I know. No, but it's still the expression of God in some way. It's the expression.
Yeah, that's why the Bible tell you to wait on Christ, wait on the Lord. You know the Bible.
Guys, the word is not in the book, but y'all trying.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. But the book give you
the book of the Bible.
No.
The Bible then.
No, the book just give you basic instructions. The book don't give you the word. The book don't give you knowledge and wisdom of God. The book just give you certain. Hold on. The book just give you certain instructions that make sense. For instance, if every man is a liar and the devil deceive the whole world, then whoever tell us the truth, that's who Christ's gonna be. Now, whether he come from the sky, whether he come from the earth, it don't matter. But the person that will have to tell us the truth, if every man is a liar and everybody deceived, he will have to be somebody special. He will have to be an anointed one. He will have to. So that's all we're saying today. Like, this is why the Bible say these things. Now, everybody base their standpoints and their wisdom and knowledge off religious writings. Everybody that's speaking is basing their standpoints off some kind of religious writing, whether they're against the religion writing or whether they're with the religious writings. So the religious writings have affected all of us. That makes us all in the water. This will make God's spirit above the waters. Because God don't drown in no watered down information. God is above the information. So whoever have this spirit, they will be that fisherman of men. The fisherman of men. That's what the Bible says. He's a fisherman of men. What does that mean? Why is he a fisherman of men? Why is Christ fishing men?
I agree. I agree with everything you said. Like, again, I'm just asking why your reference it's only the Bible and that's it.
No, it's not only the Bible. Like, Bible means collection of books. So we have many books.
But that's the problem. If you can, because I study history like from the beginning of a religion, and the book that was consulted by the Council of Nicaea was book that said, let's put this here, let's put the book of Enoch, let's get away from it. The book of Thomas, let's get away from it. And
that's what I'm saying. But I have those books.
We've read those books, brother.
Yeah, but the books, if you read the ancient text, is the same story that was recopied from the book that you calling your Bible. The Torah is a complete copy text from ancient text, a copy word, sometimes words for words.
Okay, well, brother man, that's the wrong thing to worry about, because that has nothing to do with what we doing and what we know. We know those things. That's why we have the lost books. We have the book of Enoch. We teach out the book of Enoch. We have the Quran. We teach out the Quran. When you have the truth, God is in everything. God is not in the Bible. God is in everything when you have the truth. We have that truth. So like those things we understand though, brother man. We're just not coming from the Bible. But when you're talking to people, majority of the people read the Bible. Majority of the people haven't read the lost books.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna finish with that. I don't want to take your time. I really appreciate your response, guys. By the way, what is your personal experience with God that makes you really like get into this believing in it? What was your personal, like, without the words, without everything? If I can put out everything out, what is your experience with God, and what makes you a shift that say like, yeah, like I have this connection and I know it's the truth?
Well, it's kind of a hard question, but I would say definitely the creation makes me a believer. The world that I live in, the things that have been created outside of man makes me believe in God. And my connection is just the insight and the wisdom that has been bestowed upon me that wasn't given to me by man. So the wisdom that has been bestowed upon me and the insight that have been given to me by God, brings my connection and my sacrifice and my will to do. I think that's about the most important thing. My sacrifice and the will to do builds a true, strong connection with God.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, brother, man.
Beautiful.
All right. Appreciate your humbleness, man. Appreciate you coming up, brother.
You.
Peace. Who else, man? Because it was in the heating up. No, the heating up the other food. Empress. I talked to Leonardo. You get cornbread?
You
want that?
Why? No, I went to burnt.
Burnt. It's one piece.
Peace, Empress 369. You got your
Empress.
Thank you.
Peace.
Thank you so much. Peace. I just had a few questions. First of all, I love watching you guys. So continue to do what you do, because you guys are really putting out words that mean something to folks like me. So thank you.
Okay.
In regards to what we're talking about right now, I just had a few questions. The story of Jesus, am I understanding correctly? I just want to make sure I understand. The story of Jesus that is depicted in the Bible, I want to be sure that I understood. You said that it hasn't happened, but it's sort of like a storyline of what could happen or what will happen with the coming of the Christ. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Okay, second question is in regards to the gender. Is this Christ male or female, or does that hold no weight in regards to that?
I wouldn't say it holds weight or it don't hold weight, but at the same time it is a male. Because that was the vision that was seen.
I see.
And again, like I say, a lot of people, when we say that, a lot of people look at us as what you call it, sexist. And that's why we bring up the same way God used Moses as the Christ, Aaron and Miriam, with Aaron being the male priest, Miriam being a female priest to get the people out of Egypt. The same way this is going to take place. With Christ being the Moses, you have his brothers being the male priest, and you have his sisters being the Miriam, which would be the female priest. But Christ will be a male child, according to the prophecy and what's being manifested.
Okay. Got it. Okay. And also, the Christ that comes, do you all have an understanding or a belief that his, I don't want to say his message, but there'll be an evolution of what else is to be, sort of the message? Will it be an evolved message? Will it be something outside of the parameters of what we've seen in the Bible, or will it match that?
Oh well, yeah,
that's in the Bible.
It will definitely match it.
It'll match it.
But
Nah, it won't match it. It's like a shadow.
I guess.
Yeah.
It would be a shadow of what's in the Bible. It's like your shadow. Like your shadow matches you, but it's a more of an outline. It don't have your facial features.
Sure.
You know, it don't have all the details.
Gotcha.
But it does match.
Okay. And any new revelations be, since this is a vessel coming in human form, will there be any new revelations that you suspect that will come with the new Christ, or with the Christ, excuse me?
He would be singing a new song. So it's him coming in the volume of the book. Everybody doesn't have the volume until he comes.
Got it. Okay. All right. And final question. And this is kind of off topic, but not quite. It still has to do with Christ. Do you believe that the crucifixion that took place, his death, or seeming death, is something that's going to be repeated with the new Christ? Or excuse me, not the new Christ, but the one that's coming?
Well, yeah, it's the allegory for like when rappers put another rapper in a casket. It's because in that rap battle, their words overpowered theirs. So Christ would be crucified, or Christ would be unalive based off the counsels of the scribes and Pharisees. But at the same time, he's going to rise above all those counsels of the scribes and Pharisees. So that's the death, burial, and then the resurrection.
Correct.
That all take place at one time. So a lot of people looking for somebody to be actually physically hung to a cross, when that's the allegory of the burdens that Christ will carry, or the burdens that he will be nailed to.
I see. Okay. And in regards to those who decided, well, not decided, but we know the story of the crucifixion is the Jews handed him over to Pontius Pilate and chose him to be crucified over the other, the murderer. Is that something that we're going to see again in regards to the people? I don't know if they're still going to be Jews or not, but a people completely going up against someone who has come to potentially set them free or give them a new message.
Yep. That's happening now. That happens to all the, prophets. The people reject them because they don't want to hearken to the word of God.
For sure. Okay, awesome. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate your time, and continue to do what you do. You guys are awesome.
All right, peace, sis.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
Website. Don't forget, y'all, check out the website if y'all want to get in contact with us. If you feel this is your calling, if you feel this is something that's within you to help build this government, don't be afraid to reach out. That's the website, YahJew.com. And again, y'all, that's what we up here for. That's why we tell y'all the happening is here. The happening is a mystery because we have been deceived about what's going to happen. If we think Christ is literally come from the sky and we think Christ has already came, then the happening of Christ walking among us it's hard for us to grasp that. It's hard for us to hold on to, well, he walking among us. What? It's impossible, because your whole life he had already came. And if Christ come back, it got to be some kind of sign. This is what keeping you in darkness. And the Bible tells you who seek after a sign. The wicked and the adulterous generation seek after a sign, but won't be given one. They won't be given a sign. Because why? Christ comes like a thief in the night. So you're looking for a man to ride on the cloud when you do have a man among you with a cloud of witnesses. The cloud out in the sky, the cloud is the witnesses. The way the world will be convicted is the same way you are convicted in court. A witness. If they got a witness that can testify to what you have done, you get convicted. Why will the world be convicted on behalf of God's judgment? God will bring forth witnesses who witness Christ in the flesh. Their testimony will override what? Just as Christ's information conquers, their testimonies will begin to conquer all testimonies on behalf of Christ, because you never seen them and you never heard them. But the people who see and hear Christ, their testimony is going to overpower the testimonies that's in the earth. And then the whole world gonna know who Christ is, and that's the gospel being preached, and then the end will come. The whole world know Jesus Christ. The end ain't came because that's a shadow. This the real thing. This will bring forth the end and the beginning of what? The new heaven and new earth. And it's just that simple, y'all. Mr. Content. I'm really tired of dealing with clowns, man. Just not trying to bring up no troll. What's up?
Hello?
What's going on?
You said no trolls.
I said I'm not trying to bring up no trolls.
Oh, okay. No. Basically, man, I'm listening to you. This is the first time I ran across your station, and since I've been listening today, I identify with a lot of the things you're saying that needs to happen in order for the inner Christ to be revealed. Because it's basically the way I feel about that. The Christ-like thing is we're made in the image of him. So basically we're the gods, and we're somewhat waiting on ourselves to realize who we are as people before we can even really begin to start that new life, that to end, and then the rebirth. So basically what I'm saying is I haven't read any of those books you're reading, including the one you're reading now. But I know from just within that I'm God body. So therefore, because he said you're made in the likeness of me. So therefore I have to be a God of sorts too. So if you're made in the likeness of a horse, a pony, that's what it is. So if I'm made in the likeness of God, then I'm a God. But the only way I'm going to gain the power and the knowledge and the strength to be like him, I'm going to have to strive and do the right things the right way in order to get more powers as God has. So I do have the same powers, but you have to be living right to get more of them. So basically, if you can do you kind of get what I'm saying? I haven't read any of those books that you're talking about. None of them.
Yeah, that's why I say, man, and that's why I share all the time with people, the books that's not going to give you the knowledge. It got to be in you. And even the book tell you at the time of the new covenant, God going to write these things in our inward parts. So if it's in you, when that end come or when that moment come, you're going to have it. You're going to have what's in you that's going to make you able to do the things that need to be done. And so that's why it's a calling for the workers. The harvest is plenty. The workers are what? Few. So a lot of times, a lot of people make us sit down to get knowledge and wisdom when it's false knowledge and wisdom. And that's what a lot of people are getting, because real knowledge or real wisdom is something you're going to apply. It's not something you're just going to believe in. You're not supposed to believe in knowledge and wisdom. You're supposed to apply the knowledge and wisdom. I can't apply Jesus coming down the chimney for me. I can't apply that. You see what I'm saying? I can sit down and wait on it, but I can't apply it. So what we were actually bringing, we know our people are locked up in these religious books. That's why God gave me the ability, and some people the ability, to go inside of them. It's like going in the waters. Everybody can't go in the water. Some people, when you go in, you're drowning. That's why we say all the time, don't jump in that water, them sharks in there. See what I'm saying? So I try to show people how the Bible is just our talk. It's our song about what God gonna do in the last days. It's not a knowledge and wisdom book where you read it and now you got all the knowledge of worldly God. Many people read the book, they dumb as hell. You see what I'm saying? So the book is just a song about what God gonna do. That's it. That's all the Bible is. And we not in tune with that song because of what the colonizers have done.
I like that.
So all we doing is going in there and singing the real song to our people so they can get up and do the work, which will make them, like you say, a God. Because the Bible says we are gods, but we die like men. We are gods, but we die like men. That's the part they leave out. We are gods, but we die like men. So to stop dying like a man, you're going to need the food for thought, the Last Supper. The information that makes
There you
you
go.
understand what's inside you, and then you can activate it. Yeah, and you can really activate it
I
then.
feel you on that. And that's exactly the reason why I stopped right here with you and started listening, because the things that you're saying, I overstand it by listening to you. I know what you mean when they say that, when you just made the statement about the cloud. It ain't the cloud, it's really, from here, it's real life. It's right here in front of you. It's right here around us. It's a metaphor for something else, yeah. And people just don't believe it. So I had a friend the other day tell me, that he felt like the reason why he felt that Trump would make it. I don't want to change it too much. I just wanted to say this because it kind of comes back to this here. He says that the reason he voted for Trump was because he feels that Trump is the Antichrist. So Trump is going to allow police just to start killing us, like they were saying. Everybody was saying he was gonna make it so they don't have no punishment for just pulling up on us, shooting us, and this and that. And then he said, he also said, but that's the reason why he voted for him, because if that's what it's time for, then that's gonna be the only time that this is gonna be the only time that our people are going to stop killing each other. And nothing else will stop us from killing each other. At this point, nothing is going to stop us from taking each other's life. But if what they say about Trump is true, and he actually give officers that right, and they start walking around here doing that, these young guys going to stop offing themselves. They going to finally realize, everybody, we need each other, and we got to go against them. So I can almost understand the reason why you would want Trump in there, to go ahead and crank it up.
That's definitely that's definitely a good analogy. That's a good
Because
way.
it's gonna make us finally come together.
Well, yeah, and like I say, man, a government have that ability too, because you got to think about it too. The government use our own people to influence us, because our true influence comes from people who look like you. So
exactly,
if we had real influencers who really cared about us, then our people wouldn't be unaliving us, because the influencers will be talking to us and we listen to the influencers. That's why when the rappers rap about unaliving us, we do it more. Because these are the people that influence us. So the influencers of our people has to really change, and that comes with a government. That still goes back to that government, because it's the government that create influences. Like right now, all these rappers that influence us, none of them will have the power if the government didn't give it to them.
Exactly.
They wouldn't have it. So the government play a big role in us being unalive. And like you said, so when you make moves like putting Trump in office so he could bring awareness to a lot of people, that's a good strategy. Because some need to wake us up. And some need to put us in a reality check. Some need to do it. Now, whatever it is, but some really need to put us in a reality check. So,
Hey, and then I'm gonna say this to close it out, man. And the other thing was that it goes right along with this. We do need our own government, our own, whole system like we had when we had the black banks. We bought stuff from us. We had all black owned everything in that whole town up here in Georgia, right here where I stay at. I'm from Atlanta. They got that park out there where they go fishing, Lake Lanier. That place used to be a all black town. They had their own banks, churches, restaurants, marketing. Everything that they were doing in that city was all black owned.
Okay.
And they went right out there and flooded that place and killed all of them people. Right now the church is still up under there, and they done flooded it. And now they fish on it and call it Lake Lanier. You can Google it.
Oh yeah,
you can Google Lake Lanier.
They were talking about people swimming in there. They were talking about they were gonna have like a slide or something. Okay.
So basically, I just said that to say this: we do need our own government, man. And I just hit you up right there, and I'm gonna sign up for the thing that you got. I'm gonna check your website and stuff out, cause for me not to have read any of those books, and for me to be saying what I'm saying, where did I get it from?
God is real.
There you go. So I
God
have
is
to be
real.
a God.
Gotta be a God, yeah. It gotta be a God.
Yeah, I have to change some of the things, the obstacles that's gonna be in the way. But the more I do that, the more knowledge I get. When you eat right, when you live right, when you do everything according to the way God would do it, then you're gonna be revealed. You're gonna, how sometimes you can read the mind, you can just look at them, and I did it before. Been looking at somebody and then said, "I know what you were just thinking about," and told them, and they actually, man, that's really what I was thinking about. What is going on? And I've did it several times. It's kind of come easy to me. So I realized that I have an ability that a lot of people don't have. So I got to be living God-like to even have that ability. That's where I'm at. I'm gonna close on that, but I appreciate y'all.
All right, that's what's up, bro. Salute to you. And actually, we got some in November 30th in Latonia. It's on my it's on it's on my website. Yeah, you can check it out. We gonna have
I need to come to that.
Yeah, come check us out, man.
Yeah, because I'm in. Yeah, I come out there to that. I wouldn't have no problem with that one.
Okay. All right. Yeah, when you go on the website, you're gonna see it. Address. Peace, brother.
Okay. Yep.
So
I gotta figure out how to hang up. I am 53.
So y'all, with that being said, like I say, if you are in the Atlanta area, like I say, you got the funds to fly out. We do have an event. No. I don't know if I have it on there. Nope. We do have an event November 30th. It's on the if you go on the page, you go on the website, it's up there, y'all. And again, like I say, we're gonna have brothers and sisters who gonna come down from different parts of the states. We're gonna have a spoken word. Hopefully we're gonna have a discussion. Depends on how many people come in and how many people, because how when you throw things, and we ain't got no bottles popping or nothing. Don't nobody want to show up. But depends on who show up. We hopefully for a live discussion with what we're doing, and new faces. And again, meeting in person is always the best way. Artificial intelligence, you can fake it till you make it, but in real life, it's the real deal. You can feel energy when in real life way different than on social media. You can come on here and talk a lot of shit. You get in person. So again, y'all, we just sharing this with our people. We got a real live movement going on. This is not social media movement. This is something for our people. This is for us and by us. And at the same time, we hopefully to host these little events so leaders come out, shake hands, meet us in person, and just, don't forsake the gathering. Don't forsake the assembly. So if you can assemble with us, come out. If you're a leader, come out. That's what this for. Because where's our round table? Where's our leadership? Where is it? We know it's not in the religious books. We know it's not in the religious organizations. So it's time for us, and it's time for leaders to stop trying to get people. It's time for leaders to get with other leaders. Leaders want to get a bunch of people and say, "Oh, where the leaders are gonna get with the leaders to lead the people." That's what we need. Everybody who say Christ conscious should be at this, be here on November 30th. If you say you Christ conscious, you should be here. You say you all these things, you should be here. So again, y'all, we here right now, y'all. Come link up with us. We will be in 20 minutes from Atlanta. It's called Latonia, if I'm saying it right. It's like 20 minutes on the outskirts of Atlanta, surrounding parts, so it ain't too far. So if you fly in from Atlanta, you'd be no more than 20 or 30 minutes away from the place. But with that being said, y'all, we out of here for the day. Again, check out the website so you get in tune with what we doing, y'all. Again, we here to start a government. I don't know how much more I can stress that. I don't know how simple that is. And the government to start with, we judging the nations. We judging the nations to start a government for our people. So with that being said, brothers and sisters, as always, we hope the Father has circumcised y'all hearts and ears for the message. Peace.
Peace, y'all.
We out of here.